Hey, pre-notification gang. This is odd. I want to do something a little wild here, but I can't. Hi, everyone. Can't say I've ever seen this before. He'd probably just trade. Yeah, I think Daniel's hopping on at 9. Somewhere in that general ballpark. Oh, it's not gonna work. I had a plan, but this is not gonna work the way I thought it would. It's okay. I'll figure something out. Thanks to the resub, Derpy. What's the meaning of Skynet? That's for every individual to come up with their own conclusion. I can't simply give away the meaning. That would ruin it. Well, that's not where I wanted to put that. Thanks to the resub, Bones. No, select Jesus, not at all. Christ, no, there's no traveling involved. Don't worry. Oh god, this is what happens when you don't pay attention, I suppose. God damn it. Fuck. Thanks to the gift sub, Bulldozer. This is not looking like a good start, boys. Not one bit. Could have moved it to B4. I just get taken. What are you talking about? There's a pawn on B4. What do you mean? Then he takes with his pawn. At least I got something out of it. At least got a pawn. Thanks to the resub Dextra. And the bits token. Appreciate that. Thanks, Mocha. Thanks for a long time of watching. Yeah, that guy figured it all out 11 hours ago. That was fucking impressive. That was actually really impressive. Into the Prime 6-pack. Somehow I'm still behind on time, despite just going as fast as I can. It is a real shame. I don't know. I need to get warmed up. I gotta get in the zone. My queen! There's the tier 1 Zaner and the tier 1 Mocha and the resub Freak. There's the Prime Okoji and the resub Salty. Oh, right, yeah, here. I keep forgetting that happens. Do I take the knight? I'm behind. I probably shouldn't look to trade. I might just keep taking free pieces. I think I'll do that. Thanks for the resub, Texan. I'm gonna go down there for something cheeky. I just need to get this knight off. There's the Prime High Melon. And the resub droids. But I mean, this plan is not going to work once I take knight, right? Ah, I see. I didn't even register that. Still don't really know what he's going for. Take here, I suppose. I'm in Deja Vu real hard. Thanks to the Prime Toe Hunter and the resub Pancakes. It is storming here. Unfortunately. Oh, my knight. Or, my rook. Ah. Fuck. I guess just stack up. Thanks to the resub. Goat. Why check the king? That's worthless right now. What is checking the king? You know what? I'll do it anyway, but it's not going to get me anything. I check. I'm still going to eventually have to deal with this, otherwise I'm getting checkmated. I can't just chase him around. Check again, maybe? I have 4 minutes. Knight to e3. You know that loses me the game, right? Once I go here, I lose the game. If I give this up, it's over. I think I just need to go in. I should have just brought up my rook and gone in twice. I rushed. Now that's gonna cost me. Yeah. There goes. Oh, fuck. I forgot. My rook was blocked. Well, that's what I get. I should have just brought up the other rook. I would have been fine. I have no excuse for that one. I accidentally went into a 10-minute game and still couldn't even make good moves. Playing all those 3-minute games has made me a significantly worse player. Thanks to Tier 1 Skittles and the Prime Stub. Like a genuinely much worse player. I didn't listen to chat. That was my choice to rush it. Chat makes the worst fucking moves I've ever seen in my life. I don't really listen to chat. That was me. Thanks to Prime Breezy. And the Tier 1 Illidium. Could have checkmated with b4. Yeah, God, chat is fucking dumb. I was one move away from checkmate on my side. I couldn't put knight b4. Good lord. Holy shit. It won't do much for me if I do that. This castle. Thanks to the gift sub Illidium and the Prime Nutty. And Exia. When is your next match? I don't know. I'm actually not sure. It's pretty soon, I think. Is this where he's looking? I don't know. I'm just going to focus on time. It's tomorrow? Sounds good. Wait, what time tomorrow? Oh, wait, isn't it like... It's 3. It's at 3 p.m., right? 4. That should be fine. I do have plans tomorrow, though, so it's a good thing I found out what time it was. Thanks to the resub Night Owl. And Sosit. I need to clear up some shit. Maybe he won't see this. My elo has dropped hard as fuck. He didn't. That's nice. And the fork was too much for him. Thanks for the resub, Rancid. Thanks, Bruce. Don't really know what you mean by that, but thanks for the bits. Christ. This guy's going for it. He's feeling it. Actually, give sub Bruce. Ah, one of these guys, eh? I should play you your 2500 blitz. Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. The game mode that I'm worst at in all of chess. Against someone who mains it. I don't know about that, man. I do believe Daniel will be stopping in. Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't have anything covering my fork. I guess I just dropped this back. Is that the best way to cover the fork right now? I'm gonna let him have it. My queen's in a good spot. I can rook lift. Well, I don't even need to rook lift. He has nothing covering this. This will work. He can't take. He has nothing to take my bishop. Now I get his rook. Now I'll cover this. Now we're feeling it. I'll play you in 10 minutes. I think I'm just gonna focus on getting better instead of getting slapped. For tonight at least. Could still go for the rook lift. In fact, I think I will. No, there's no tournament. Not today. This is just practice. Oh, you sick man. You disgusting boy. Can't go here. Damn. Here, here. I can go here. I don't get too much off of the position though. Already down to 7 minutes. There's too many options for me. I don't want to go to f6. Because that'll stop me from being able to do my rook lift. Thanks for the tier 1 shoot. I'll try here. Then I can stack it up. Bang, take. That's the plan. Well, no, that won't work. I need to get my rook in position before then. Ah! Ah! He's ruined it! Man. Wish he didn't trade my bishop here. This would be so nice. Thanks for the bits, Galaxy. Thanks, man. Thanks for the prime pip. F5. Push pawn f5, huh? Why? So I push pawn, he takes with pawn, and then what? I can't take back. So then what? I mean, I can just move my rook now. Like, it doesn't change anything. Holy fuck. Ugh. I've taken, what, 2 minutes on this? At least? I'm just not gonna overcomplicate it. I don't think I'll be able to get the checkmate now anyway. Should have dropped them all the way back. Thanks for the bits, Fergalicious. It's really not okay to be taking my time. It's actually terrible advice you've just given me. Wish I had just dropped it over. I could have come over here now. Is he looking at this? I don't know. I don't know. Thanks for the tier 1, Mithrin. I'm just coming in hot. See what it gets me. Maybe he panics. Daniel's calling? Oh, you're right. I didn't hear it.
Hello?
Good evening, man.
Good evening, Charlie. How's it going?
Pretty terrible. As you can see, I'm down to 759 elo. These 3-minute games have made me so much fucking worse.
And I wonder what idiot recommended playing 3 minute. I think that person should be just hung in the village square.
I don't blame him. It's my fault for just being bad at it, really.
So basically, so many things to this. I think that right now it's looking bad. It's looking like your rating is low, and you just blundered checkmate in one move. But that's okay. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that.
I do see that now. Yeah. See, you see what's happened to me, Daniel?
I see. But this is the moment when you feel like you've reached bottom, but in reality, you're closer to the top than you ever thought.
I think I disagree with that, to be honest with you, Daniel.
Okay. No, I appreciate your honesty. But here's my prophecy, and this probably will turn out to be false. We'll see. I think you're going to be rated over 1,000 within a week.
I don't know, man. I actually can't even recognize moves anymore like that right there. Didn't even consider it. Whereas
You mean the mate?
Yeah. Whereas before the Charlie of 3 days ago, before this journey of 3-minute games, I would have seen it. I would have been all over it. I don't even have an excuse for that.
Basically, here's my philosophy. I'll explain it from a broad perspective. And today, the games that we play, we can do it in the middle. We can do 5-minute games. You have to, like, the problem of time pressure, if you didn't solve it and you didn't tackle it, is something that would just haunt you for the rest of your chess career. So it's something that we had to exercise. It's like a demon that had to be exercised. And it's like you're lying in a hospital bed recovering, and you feel terrible, you feel shitty, but I feel like largely the demon has been exercised already, given the amount of 3-minute games that you've played.
The amount of 3-minute games I've won, though, is pitiful. Truly pitiful.
So what do you think has been your greatest obstacle in terms of your experience playing 3-minute games? Have you found it to be just way too fast-paced and you don't know what you're doing and you feel pressured to make a move, or is it that you become sort of superficial in your analysis of various positions?
I just don't think anything through. I rush. Can't make a good decision.
I see. Okay. Well, let's bring you back to your feet. I propose a warm-up game where I'll sort of take the back seat, and I want you to try to sort of put on your best practices, the way that you know how to play.
I'll do my best.
And we can do 3-minute, 5-minute, or 10-minute, whatever you want. I just want to fill you with some confidence again, as first order of business.
Sounds good.
First order of business. Here, I see you playing a 3-minute. One note: I have some food coming in at some point, so I'll have to make a very quick break at some point. In like 20 minutes, if that's okay.
Fine by me, man.
Just to pick it up. Okay, so here we have a decent position for you, and you can talk through your moves if you want.
Honestly, I've just been autopiloting every move, so
Development. Knight e4 is a good move. You're putting the knight on a weak square. Now, your goal here is to adhere to the principles that you know. You have to develop your pieces. Think about the bishop that sits on f8. Do you see a preliminary way to develop that bishop?
It looks. The only thing I can think of is fianchettoing it. We're just bringing it out to like h6.
That's what I was thinking too, fianchettoing that bishop. So he's threatening that pawn on f7. You can do both at the same time. You can defend against it and fianchetto. See, Husni. So how do you defend that pawn? Yep, g6 is right. Bingo. Then you do. Basically, he's going to move his queen back. You develop your bishop. See how much time he spent? Okay. What do you do? How do you take the knight?
Yeah, I can't take it with the h because that frees up my h file. He just takes my rook, so I have to take with f rent.
Bingo. And you've won a knight. He's just given up a knight for no reason. The paid actors have arrived on the scene again. They're going to convince you that
I don't
you're
get
out
it.
of the shitter.
I really don't get it, man. This never fucking happens when I just play solo.
Well, we'll build a sample size. Maybe this is a fluke. Okay, wow. Look at this position very closely. Yep. I mean, this is unbelievable. It's an unbelievable effect.
I don't know what it is, Daniel, but truly, when you're here, everyone plays like total dog shit, and I don't get it. I really don't fucking get it.
Well, I'm being silent this game. I'm not even telling you what to do. I'm not even hinting at anything. So, how do you tackle this position? Like, what comes to mind instinctively?
Just taking the knight and
just go ahead.
Exerting my lead.
And just complete your development and play normally. There should be a two-step process in 3-minute games that accelerates the way you think. Is he threatening anything? If the answer is yes, defend the threat. If the answer is no, proceed with development.
Thanks to the resub, Avery.
That's what you're going to do to your opponents. When are you playing Euro?
Guys. Apparently tomorrow. I don't know. I think tomorrow, yeah.
You'll knock that out of the park. Okay, so e4, what can you do here?
Well, I was going h4 with my queen. I was going to try and look to threaten mate.
Do it. You have good instincts, and the goal of all this exercise is to make you believe in yourself again. Believe in your instincts. Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, I like that. That's cute. Believe in yourself again. It's like an anime. It's wonderful.
Well, trust me, I've been through... I wanted to punch people in the face many times who told me to believe in myself. Do you see the checkmate?
The only... If my knight or if my queen was on the g file, I'd just swing the bishop out and I could get mate, but
he's got a piece that's hanging.
I have 18 seconds. Yeah, I truly don't see it.
His rook is hanging on e1. You can take it with
checkmate.
You're right. So there's a couple things, and you probably don't want to hear it because I certainly didn't want to hear the hundreds of times that I was in situations when I wanted to destroy and put in the shredder whatever chessboards I owned and never play a tournament again. But a couple of things. Number one, sometimes it's good to take like a day or two break and just refresh your mind from chess. And I know you've probably done that. Sometimes there is something that you play so many games, it's just like you stop seeing stuff. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's number one. And I know that's like not what you want to do. That's not the natural response. When you're playing badly, you just want to play more until you fucking shoot yourself out of the slump. But sometimes taking 2-3 of a day of a break can just reignite the flames. It can just refresh you, just like it is in anything, I think. Number one, I don't know what you think of something like that, but
makes sense.
I truly believe in that.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Now that's the one. Number two, basically.
I look rough today. What does that mean?
the 3-minute chess exercise is an investment that you're making. So you really do need to think of it as an investment. And chess is a game in which nobody, not even Magnus Carlsen, not Hikaru, not Garry Kasparov, has improved in a straight line. Chess improvement is more like a parabola, where you hit the lowest of lows and you feel like it's lower than any low you've ever hit before, and you're worse than you were 2 weeks ago. But that's never how it works.
Thanks to Tier 1 Guillermo.
The pussies and the weak people, they quit at that moment, and they say, this is shit, I'm getting worse and worse and worse. I'm tired of this shit, goodbye. And the people who make it understand that they're making an investment in themselves and that they're going to come out stronger in the end. And my goal, if you're in that second category, which I think you are, is to help you understand that that is the case. And once you encounter one of those curves where you go down to the depths and then you rise to a height that you wouldn't think you would rise, the second time you hit this rock bottom, it'll be familiar to you. So this is the first real adversity that you're experiencing in chess. And I feel for you. I can relate completely. And I've had this feeling so many times that to me, it's like a familiar sensation. Not to put on the philosophical sort of preachy hat, which I know you don't exactly want to hear right now.
Hey man, I'm game for whatever. I believe you.
Okay, so I actually want to let's start with a 10-minute game.
Thanks to the reset.
And I just want you to talk through
the prime
every
pirates.
single move.
All right. I'll see if I can do that.
Every single move you talk through and explain.
Standard development, E4.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go F3, just in case he leaves that pawn hanging, which he didn't, so I just bring the knight out. And I bring bishop over, same as always, C4.
Mm-hmm.
I flip-flop between castling now and pushing the pawn to free bishop. I can never decide what's better.
Usually to push the pawn first and delay castling. That's normally the rule of thumb.
Thanks to the resub, Master Boss. And I bring bishop out here, threaten queen, protected by knight.
Good.
He blocks with pawn.
That's what you're anticipating. My guess is he might block with his... No, he does.
And it's always pawn. I drop back. He'll push that up. I'll drop back again.
Already notice how much faster you're playing, which is a great thing. You're not spending as much time in the opening. You're confident in your developing moves.
He's threatening my bishop. I never know if it's better to just let this happen and trade down here, get bishop out. I flip-flop, but I think in this one I'll bring it back.
Okay. Not a bad idea. But you could have left it. It really, both moves are approximately equivalent, I would say. Both ways of playing are approximately equivalent.
He's looking to pin knight to queen. Doesn't change what I was going to do. I'm just bringing knight to d5 since he doesn't have his knight covering it.
Okay. And again, I'm deliberately being sort of silent this game. I just want you to talk through every single move.
Okay, that sounds fine. So he castles. He did not take knight. I'll push pawn up. Develops my queen. I now have this open space in the middle of the board for my rooks.
One thing I'll say is look actively for tactics. Always evaluate the safety of your opponent's king. 24 hours a day, anytime you reach past move 5.
Mm-hmm. So what I was going to do here was push knight to c7, which puts him in check, and it wins me a rook. But I don't know.
Then try to calculate out what's going to happen. Then what is the purpose of his last move, b5?
Pressuring my bishop.
Okay. Exactly. So the problem is if you would have taken the pawn, he would have just taken your bishop. But now
I can do that.
Yep. Yeah, and he missed that, of course.
queen will just take it. Yeah, but I get a rook.
So you're up in exchange.
Typically in a position like this, I start looking for a mate opportunity, but that consists of a rook lift, which is difficult for me to pull off since it's multiple moves and I don't feel super confident most of the time in it. But I'll still try anyway, so bringing my A rook in here, try and lift him up. I need to chase off the bishop. Well,
he's chasing yours.
Go.
Okay.
So in a position like this, I typically just go E3. Well, I don't need to, but typically that's what I'll do.
E3?
Yeah.
Oh, queen E3. Okay.
But I don't know. I get debating on whether or not it's best to move him in a more aggressive place.
Let's try to weigh the pros and cons. If you play queen E3, is that have any downsides?
It blocks my rook lift that I've been wanting to do.
Okay, any other downsides? Look at his pieces, not only yours. Does it put the queen in a vulnerable spot, potentially?
Yeah, I mean, he can just move the knight, and that immediately gets it right back in danger.
Exactly. So, is there a more active position for your queen?
Yeah, I could put her up on, you know, G4.
Okay, that's much better.
Okay.
Or even H5. Either one of those is much better.
I'll do H5. He'll move his queen now.
After this, we're going to do an exercise.
Sounds good to me.
That's going to be medicine for your chess soul.
Sounds great. All right, so now I want to start working on my rook lift, which is a little difficult considering my position here, but I feel as though that's probably the right thing to look for. Is that fair to say?
But first, did you ask yourself what he wants? What is his threat?
He's looking at
look at the whole board, not just the side of the board where you're superior.
Well, he's got hanging pawn on c2, which I wasn't too concerned about. His queen is immediately threatening my e1 rook.
Is it threatening or is it just pressuring it?
Just pressuring. He can't take because then I get his queen. He has no way of taking back.
You're not concerned about the c2 pawn, but that is still a pawn. I mean, if you can defend a pawn that's being attacked, there's no reason to leave it attacked. Don't give him the satisfaction of capturing that pawn with his knight, and especially because it attacks your rook.
Okay, that makes sense.
And you're also attacking his knight. Does his knight have any good squares?
Not really. He's got, yeah, just c2.
Now what?
Now I work, well, I can't.
Look at his knight. His knight has no way back. So if you attack that knight, it's going to be trapped.
I see, yes. You're right. So then I just bring the rook under to c1 to pressure that.
Possible. Or rook e2 or rook c1. Both moves are good.
Is there pros and cons to each?
Nope. They're literally equivalent. I mean, equivalently good.
I'll do e2.
Yeah, it's more toward the center. I mean, there are moments in chess when like there are two moves and they're equally good, and literally there's no like big time thinking to be done, and that's just a situation that arises sometimes. Period. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That situation just arises, and then you sometimes and we'll talk about that. But in this case, yeah, rook e2 perhaps slightly more accurate because it keeps the rook centralized. Your speed is much improved. I know you don't exactly want to hear any consolation praise right now, but that is a fact, my friend.
This kind of changes what I was looking to do, since now my queen is being threatened and my rook is, well, I mean my rook.
Okay, fix it.
So I guess that's a good question. Do I just take with my bishop here?
Yeah, take that knight, especially because it's 4. You don't want to move your queen away. That'll give up that rook.
Yeah.
Just take on f4, then you'll get your knife and fork out. And okay, well, he's just trying to psych you out here.
So that doesn't really work too well because I can just push the queen up one square and then I'm threatening his rook.
Yeah, exactly. With checkmate.
Mm-hmm. Aha.
Very good, very good. I mean, a small consolation.
Thanks for
So
reset max.
there's a couple of things I've diagnosed in terms of, you can call this your downfall, but I'll call it a hiccup, however, apocalypse, however you want to define it. And there's two specific things that you're doing wrong that if you were to solve, you would shoot up to 1,000 plus. Now, first of all, some of the rating you lost because you're just not used to playing 3-minute chess. Period. Now, what you're not doing consistently is asking yourself on every single move what your opponent wants and how you can solve that problem. Okay?
Mhm.
Now, this might not sound satisfying to you, but let me invite you to an analysis board, and we're going to do a couple of exercises to fix that. 1 second. Let me just send you that invite. Let me know if you get it. I'll have to go down and get
Maybe
my food
Jack.
in a hot second, but
No worries. What'd you order?
Indian food, actually.
Ah.
A lot of it, too. I haven't eaten basically all day, being the dysfunctional piece of shit that I am. Did you get the invite?
I did not. Hold on. I think I need to exit out of this. Go for it now.
Maybe okay, try it again.
Yep, there it is.
Perfect. Excellent. So basically, on every single move, you have to start with the assumption, what does my opponent want? What did his last move accomplish? What are the threats?
Thanks for reset.
What
Super.
are the drawbacks of his move? And that conversation with yourself needs to be happening literally all the time. And it doesn't take a long time to answer that question. So here, for example, would be a great opportunity to ask yourself, how does my opponent want to position his pieces? So could you tell me where he wants to put that bishop on c8? Onto which square?
The G4.
So a great way to annoy the shit out of him would be to do what?
Pawn H3.
Bingo. So your mentality has to be, not only are you trying to accomplish your own threats, you're constantly stopping your opponent from doing what he wants. And so from a psychological standpoint, same thing here. We've talked about this theme before, where he has a very, very unpleasant follow-up that you kind of allowed. He didn't do it. But do you know what I'm talking about? If it was Black's move here, what would he do?
With the bishop? Or in general?
Just in general, what move would he make if it was Black to move? And he could have made this move here, and this would have caused you a lot of trouble. You've done this many times before. You've done this many times before yourself once you've positioned your piece. Remember, you want to pressure this pinned knight. How?
He'd be moving his knight to D4.
Bingo. And that would have been very unpleasant. Remember the Roman ruins? You don't want to allow that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how, you might ask, would you not allow it? Remember that I mentioned you can just make a move in these situations that is going to make your life easier?
I don't
You
recall the move.
chase the bishop away.
Mm-hmm.
What that accomplishes is it brings you one step closer to potentially pushing your pawn out to G4, which is a double-edged strategy, yes, but it does cut through the pin. Could you prepare that move here?
I'd have to drop bishop back to H2, right?
Bingo. And then after knight D4, you go G4, and this bishop is trapped. So in this situation, this would have actually been a very, very strong move. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, you didn't do this here. When he castled, you're kind of proceeding along the line that you wanted to proceed without really identifying actively something you have to do, something that we will work on through an exercise that I'm going to give to you after this. And I know it's less satisfying than playing, but trust me, this will pay off in the end. You have to, especially at your level, your opponents are going to blunder a ton. So you have to identify the drawback of every single move he makes. So what is the drawback of castling for Black?
He's got his king in a discovery check position.
And now answer me this. What is the most juice that you could squeeze out of this discovery? Don't look just at the rooks, because he gets a knight for your rook. You can do something better than even taking his exchange on A8. And what is that? Especially through a double check that you can now give.
It's bringing the knight to E7.
Not quite, because what are you gaining from this check? He moves it away. There's another double check where you actually do a lot of damage. Look at all possible knight moves, literally every single legal move, and weigh them and find the correct one. You piece of shit. Just kidding. And I have to interrupt you. I'm going to have to go down and grab my food. So I will be back in about 3 to 5 minutes.
Oh.
So sorry for the interruption.
No, it's all good, bro.
I'll be right back.
Sounds good, man.
Meantime, try to find the move.
Okay. I don't see it though. I mean, rook. I can't. Is there a position where I win queen? Because this is the only place I double check in. And I don't win anything big there besides this. I don't see it. Thanks for the resub, Evan, and the bitsties. This is what I played, but that's not the ideal one that he was seeing. I'm guessing it's just win this bishop without losing my knight, maybe, is the lesson. Instead of focusing on taking the big piece, I just take the free one. I get a pawn and a bishop for it. I imagine that's probably it, right? This is a double check. F6 is double check. I come here, let's check with this, and check with my knight. I mean, it makes sense to me. I mean, this gets rook, but it gets rid of my knight as well, so it's just an exchange. I guess that's maybe something I should think about too. Maybe I'm too focused on points. That would give me a lot to follow up. Wouldn't e3 be the safer route for taking the bishop? e3. Come down here and take it here. Why has it got to be safer? This is still free because he's in check. I get a pawn out of this. Coming here works because it's still a discovery check, but it's not as good as taking this and this. You get one extra piece coming to f6. Knight to b6. Why? It's the exact same position. Even my move is better than that, because when I came up here for the rook, I at least got a pawn with it too. This doesn't even win me the pawn. This is the position. It's this. Because then my knight's safe. I get two pieces, one minor, and then a pawn, and my knight's safe. I don't lose my knight here. F4, take knight, mate. F4, take knight. Would that be mate? Because it's not. He just takes he takes my knight with his pawn. What do you mean, mate? All you're seeing is that he has to go here and you can check him here. He won't be in check. Okay. Can I play moves here? Oh, whoops. I went to the wrong one. How do I bring that back? Here. 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 That's how that would go. That's not it. This is 100% what he wants me to see. Check. Here. Take. Now my knight's free and I got two pieces. That's 100% the move. I was too focused on the rook just for the point advantage and didn't focus on, well, can I get something and not die for it? E7 doesn't do shit. You're right. Check. Now what? Take, get taken. Take, get taken. Can't take anything else back here. I hope one day chat will make like actual good move suggestions instead of like suicidal terrible fucking move suggestions. Couldn't he take knight with rook? What? No, because he's in check. He's in double check. He can't do anything with that rook. He has to move this, which is why this is open. Thanks to the resub, Kale. Now, in the game, I did find this discover check. I used it like this. But then that's what happens. I get his rook, which is a point advantage, but I do lose my knight for it. which isn't as good. It is a point advantage. It's +3. Rook is +5. Knight is +2. So +3. I get a pawn for it as well, which is why it's +3. Knight is 3? I thought it was 2. Whatever. Same thing, it's still a point advantage. Rook is the most valuable piece, minor piece. You do not want to lose a rook early. Did you know that you have a match tomorrow? I do now. That was wholesome. Good job. Thanks, man. And thanks for the prime, Chisia. Thanks, Hearted King and the prime Coconut Overflow. Yeah, I'm playing E-Rob tomorrow, right? Why do you review anime before it's finished? I never do. I wait till the season's over every time. Or do you mean the entire series? Because if I waited for the entire series, I'd literally be waiting a decade for most of them. I think that while he's getting food, I'm gonna take a piss break. I'll be back in just 1 second. And thanks for the prime gluten.
Hey man, I'm back. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. Oh, he's away. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry. So ordering DoorDash in my apartment building is a nightmare. Now he's went for the bathroom. He deserves one. You can keep me waiting for as long as you want. Yeah. I couldn't find my DoorDash driver. I got Indian food. Charlie was just like, to hell with this. Yeah, guys, sorry his camera is blurred. I don't know what that is. You're just going to have to live with it, guys. Thank you, Wheezy God, for the sub. I got a lot of stuff. But chili, just spicy food. Very spicy. Very, very spicy. One second, guys. I'm going to get a napkin. Hey. How dare you go to the bathroom? You're unacceptable.
You talking shit?
Oh, constantly, man.
I'm doing nothing
to talk shit. So, sorry to keep you waiting, by the way. There's 5 entrances to the parking garage in my apartment complex, and I checked 4.
That's
4 of them for the DoorDash driver.
All good, man. All good.
So, all right. Did you come up with a move in this position?
Yeah.
And so I'm sorry, I'll be like eating a little bit. I'll try to keep it discreet.
It's all right, man. I'm fine with the ASMR chewing. Yeah, it's taking F6. He comes here, and then you take this.
Bingo.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. And so that's the mentality, and that's what we're going to work on with the following exercise. By the way, here, 1 second. Basically here, bishop b3, you did a great job of doing that and not taking the pawn. You see why that's wrong now, right?
Yep, I lose 2 pieces.
Exactly. So b takes c4, and you get a rook for 2 pieces, which is not terrible, but you did a good job going here. Now you took this way, which was correct. And so the other thing I wanted to point out is that there are certain positions when you develop this one-track mind about attacking, where you win some material,
Thanks, the prime
and
buddy.
you ask yourself, what now, right? What do I do now? What the hell do I do? And the answer isn't always to attack. Sometimes you just want to make generally improving moves in the center. And this is one of those examples. So one plan here will be to deprive him of this d4 square. How could you do that?
Just pushing my pawn up.
Exactly, c3. Prophylaxis, again, stopping. That was the fundamental assumption on which we build all of our training. If you stop your opponent from doing what he wants to do, that drives people insane faster than anything else. Then you can prepare the move d4 by bringing your rook potentially to d1, for example. And another way that you can actually try to attack is not by lifting a rook, because there's a lot of like busyness right on this file, so it's going to be very hard to clear the bushes for a rook lift.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing that you're familiar with is the preparation of this pawn break f4, right?
Yep.
Could you tell me the ingredients that you need in order to prepare this? What sequence of moves will you have to play in order to be ready to play f4?
Getting queen out of the way.
Number 1, and number 2?
Number 2 would be pushing the pawn up 2.
Number 2 would be to go fuck yourself. Just kidding. Number 2 would actually be, well, you can't push the pawn because of the pin.
Right. I have to break the pin, so then I push my pawn on d4.
Not quite, but you're doing it by giving away a pawn. Ask yourself if you can do it for free. Can you just get rid of the pin without giving anything away? Just literally get rid of the pin. Ask yourself, what is the easiest way to get rid of the pin? We'll just move the piece that's being pinned.
Right. So I just move my king.
Bingo, king
Okay.
h1. So if he does something empty, then you play f4. Now, what do you gain from playing a move like f4? Well, if he takes everything, the rook is lifted for you. And this pawn is now free to advance to d4. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes, let's say we get a scenario like this, and you don't see how to follow up the attack. By looking at the whole board, you often find ways to transform your advantage. Could you name a move here that occurs on the queen side, which instead of attacking, you just pick off some
Thanks, the
material?
prime, Dan. Well, there's a hanging pawn on b5, so I take that.
Take that motherfucker. Sometimes all you need to do is just go around and vacuum up material. That's all there is to winning a lot of games. You don't have to checkmate every single opponent.
It's a good
Now,
lesson.
to practice the art, and if you're like itching to play, I defer to you entirely. But basically, the exercise that I want to do with you will help you immensely in learning how to like automatically identify your opponent's threats and how to stop them, and the drawbacks of your opponent's moves. So, are you game for that exercise?
Sure, man.
This is something my coach has been doing. Well, the
This is
first
prime
time
shuttle.
I did this with my coach was when I was like 9, and I was like 1600. And this is an exercise that I haven't done with a lot of people, but I think it'll help.
Sounds good, man. I think I can handle what a 9-year-old could. I like to think.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you know what they say. Well, so basically, I'm going to make a series of moves. And I'm going to give you 10 seconds after executing each move. And this is going to start from like move 3.
Okay.
And at the end of those 10 seconds, I want you to tell me 2 things. I'm going to literally say, first I'm going to say threat, and then I'm going to say drawback. So when I say threat, you tell me whether the move threatens something, and if so, what.
Okay.
And sometimes the answer is nothing. And when I say drawback, you tell me anything you can think of in terms of a concession or a drawback that a move makes. If no drawback, you say no drawback.
Okay. Sounds good.
Got it?
Yep.
And the game that I will actually play out on the board is a sample game. It's like not a real game, but hopefully this will be good. So here we go. Let me just turn my stopwatch on my phone. Here we go. First couple of moves are e4. Actually, I'm going to do something unfamiliar deliberately to throw you off. Okay?
Yep.
Knight f6. 10 seconds.
Threatening e4.
Bingo. Any drawbacks?
Nope.
Okay. Threat.
Attacking knight.
Drawback.
Pawns hanging.
What do you mean by hanging? What the
Well-
fuck do you mean? Hanging. What do you mean by hanging?
There's just nothing.
Explain yourself. What do you mean by hanging? I asked you a question. God damn it.
Nothing defending it. There's no assistance. So
Bingo. That's right. It is a weak. Yeah, weakens the pawn. Exactly. Here. Threat.
nothing.
Drawback.
Position. He's same side as the other knight. It's weaker.
Slightly awkward. Very good. Threat.
Knight
Drawback.
didn't free bishop. Bishop's still locked.
Bishop kind of now hanging against the pawn. Okay, no threats, no drawback here. Just moving the knight away. Pawn to d4. Threat.
None.
Drawback.
None.
Don't feel pressure to say something. If you didn't see a drawback, say no drawback.
None.
Exactly. White's just claiming the center. Threat.
E5 pawn.
Now, could you explain further? Does black threaten to win the pawn? What is it exactly that black threatening to do at the end of this line?
Just try and take control of the center. Get pieces in
So
there.
for example, what is black going to do in this position once white recaptures? You're right about the control, but specifically what move is black going to make here? And what does that move accomplish?
He'll push f7 pawn, chase away or attack the e5 pawn that we've pushed.
So this is an example of tunnel vision. Again, you're looking only at the spawn, look at the whole board. What can
Knight.
black do here? What's the tempting move?
He could just develop his knight. He can put knight on c6, which attacks.
But do you notice that he could take white's queen?
Ooh, I did not. That seems very ballsy to trade queens as the first piece here.
Right, but look at white's king. Can white's king castle?
No.
Can you imagine a scenario where black's rook gets on d8 with check? Isn't that quite unpleasant?
It is.
Isn't it also unpleasant, wouldn't you say, that white has done nothing but move pawns and black already has both knights developed, both of which are pressuring his pawns?
Yeah, it looks like
Right?
shit.
That looks like shit, and it is shit. So that's what black would do. Now, the problem with what you're saying, this move f6, it's almost like you're... Okay, I was going to make a very morbid analogy, but I'm not going to do it. But you're identifying a weakness, and you say it attacks c5, but it allows white to eradicate that weakness with e takes f6.
Yeah, in my head I thought that was maybe winning, since then you just take back with the e-pawn, which frees up bishop, but yeah.
That's a reasonable, but notice that the move f6 also creates weaknesses around black's king.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll extend this exercise afterward
As the reset
to
tempo.
understand the drawbacks of your own moves, which also has to constantly be evaluated. But basically correct. E takes d6, I'm going to skip. C takes d6, I'm going to skip, just recaptures. Knight c3. Threat,
None.
drawback.
None.
Okay, knight c6, none, none. Knight f3. I'm going to make the development moves fast so we can get to the meaty part, okay?
Mm-hmm.
G6. Intention.
Fianchetto the bishop.
Good. Drawback, potentially?
Yeah, I can't really castle on that side. It's not as strong.
Not as strong. Creates a hook on g6. Now, you can still castle, and we will, but it creates a hook. How can this hook be attacked in the future?
Well, that pawn won't be able to take if we can put something in front of it, because it'll jeopardize.
So,
I don't know how to explain it, but we went over this exercise with how to exploit the hooks.
right, you use your pawns as
Yeah.
battering rams. So h4, h5. You, like, latch onto it like a gymnast, right?
Mm-hmm.
h4, h5 takes g6. Okay, bishop e3 just developing. Bishop e6. Threat.
C4 pawn.
Drawback.
None.
Think.
Him moving that bishop does have a drawback.
It does. It's a blunder. Why?
Fork. I see.
Go. Fork with d5.
Right.
Okay, d5. Bishop g4. Intention.
Pin knight to queen.
Good. What is white's best move?
Chase it away, h3.
Careful now. Why did you play your previous move, d5?
Oh, Jesus. Take knight. Oh.
Knight. B takes c6. Now, we're going to modify this exercise slightly. Identify all hanging pieces by our definition in black's position.
c6, g4 bishop.
Just the pieces, not the pawns, all the hanging pieces. G4 bishop 1, what else?
The h8 rook.
Exactly. Is there a way to exploit both? What tactical device exploits 2 or more hanging pieces? Name it.
A fork.
Is there a fork in this position? And remember, forks are not only delivered with knights. Find it.
Yeah, you move bishop up to d4.
Are you attacking the bishop, though, on g4?
No, I was looking at the knight over there.
It's not a fork, but you're very close. Not bishop d4, but...
Queen d4.
Bingo. Attacking the bishop. Bishop takes f3. What is white's best move?
Taking the rook.
Taking the rook. Threat. What is white's threat?
I can take pawn on h7. That's now hanging. It also pins that bishop to the king. That bishop can't move.
Here's what you tend to do. In a drastic... Are there any other threats? Force your eyes away from the queen. Look at the whole board. Are there any remaining threats from your previous moves?
The bishop's still there.
Bishop still there, can be captured.
Yeah.
Black plays bishop g4. Now, here's the thing. Question, is taking the pawn a good move?
I'm guessing the answer is no.
No. Why?
It traps the queen?
Not really. Conceptually speaking, you have bigger fish to fry. Look how close you are to black's king. Do you want to occupy yourself with a measly fucking pawn and get rid of that pin just for this little pawn here? No. Now, could you propose a good attacking move here? Actually, sorry to keep talking. I know I'm being obnoxious as fuck.
No, you're all good, bro.
So, what constitutes a successful attack? What do you need to attack?
What do you?
The more of this, the better.
Yeah, the more attackers. So, I mean, I was looking at pushing the bishop to h6.
Okay, that would be an amazing move. Pinning the bishop, and black would only have one way to defend this bishop. 2 ways, actually. I want you to name both of them. How does black defend the bishop on f8?
He brings his knight to d7.
Method number 1. And method number 2 is a little trickier, but you can find it.
He just brings his king out.
Bingo. Okay, now. Sorry, that was a particularly crunchy onion. Now, would you say that a trade of pieces is desirable for white?
No.
Why not?
We've traded bishop and queen, and he's, well...
Right. So, yes and no, right? We've relinquished the attack, but the job of winning might be simpler, correct?
Yeah, because we also got the rook going into it. Just this trade was equal.
Right. So, as an attacker, though, you wouldn't like to do that. Now, let's say you wanted to activate more pieces. Can you castle here in this position? Is castling long possible?
Yeah.
Think again.
Oh, it's not, because we go through check, right?
Did you suggest a move to prepare as actively as possible castling long?
Yeah, I just push that pawn up, f3.
Bingo. Threat.
We're threatening bishop.
Drawback. And there is a drawback based on something I asked you to identify earlier on the black side, but you are creating a certain something that might be concerning Monka in the future.
Yeah, the hook, right?
Hook, yeah, but black's not going to attack you here. Black doesn't have any pieces to attack. Something other than the hook is what I'm looking for. When pawns move, they create undefended squares, and undefended squares include undefended pieces. So what undefended piece did white create?
Now we have a hanging bishop.
You have a hanging bishop. So is this exploitable? This is what I want you to understand, Charlie. When I say this, I don't mean literally black and fork it. It's just you have to be proactive about observing this kind of stuff. That's what's causing so much trouble for you, is you're not doing this work of asking, sorry to be so accusatory, but you're not doing this work of asking constant questions, making constant observations, collecting a database of observations that allows you to see tactics and knockout blows and threats by your opponent. That's why you're missing so much stuff. Okay, bishop e6, threat.
Hanging pawn c4.
Any drawbacks?
Well, the pawn's not hanging though, but he does have 2 attackers on it, and the drawback.
It is hanging, therefore.
Yeah, the drawback being he's given up an aggressive position. He's now brought it back. He's blocking his pawns.
Bingo. He's blocking his pawns. Now, do you have to defend this pawn on c4? Is it worth spending a tempo to defend it?
No, not in this position.
How would you advise to bring more pieces into the game?
At this point, I'd castle.
Bingo. Castles. Knight takes c4. Threats.
Bishop.
Noticed why it was so important to observe that f3 made an undefended bishop. Look how quickly you saw that.
Mm-hmm.
Drawbacks.
I mean, none, because I can't take with my bishop.
Yeah.
He just comes out.
What do you mean by I can't take with my bishop? Is this a terrible idea? Is this an illegal move? What do you mean by can't?
Well, I mean, it's just an equal exchange, is what I meant.
Right. Now, I want you to get that out of your mind. Sometimes in your mind, you think of equal exchanges as useless. But even though the exchange itself might be equal, sometimes you're gaining something else externally from this exchange. You're gaining time. Notice what you've accomplished. What have you accomplished by bringing this bishop out? What have you accomplished? And you can actually use this with your next move, bringing a piece into the attack.
Well, now there's... I'm a little confused. So by bringing that bishop out from where he previously was, what has that opened up for me?
Yes, precisely. It's opened up a particular piece that can now jump into the game.
Well, the rook on h8, or h1.
Bingo. Where can you put it?
I would have brought it all the way over to e1 to protect the hanging bishop.
Now, bingo. Now look at how your pieces are positioned. All of them ready to attack, and we're ready to get the forks and the knives out. Now, queen a5. Threat.
The knight c3, also pawn a2.
What do you mean by the knight on c3? Is black threatening to capture that knight?
I mean, he can't know because it's protected by the pawn.
Therefore, it's not a threat. Another thing, when you contact between pieces does not constitute a threat. Is the knight on c3 a hanging piece by our definition?
No.
Therefore, you don't have to pay as much attention to it. What else did you say black is attacking?
I mean, there's the pawn on a2. If he takes with bishop, he takes with knight, and then, or I take with knight, and then he takes knight with queen. Just another exchange. Right.
So, is this a threat you think intuitively that you should deal with?
If I saw it in a game, I probably wouldn't.
Exactly. Now, you have a very much five-head move here that you're going to find, and this is going to fill you with some confidence. What can you tell me about the relationship between the rook and the king? Some tactical observation here. What can you tell me about it?
That pawn cannot leave that king side because he'd be in check.
You mean the e7 pawn, right?
Yes.
Now, what potential tactic could happen when we have a rook and a king on an x-ray like this? Let's say this pawn on e7 were to disappear from the board.
A discovery check by moving the bishop.
Where?
I mean, we could put it to h6 still.
Remember the critical concept. You're considering all legal discoveries, and you want to squeeze the most bang for your buck. If you can win a queen, win a goddamn queen.
Oh, I see. So instead of going for checkmate to go for the queen, instead go over to b6.
Bingo. Bishop b6, winning the queen. Now, can you make this pawn disappear from e7? Can you tempt it with, like a mouse tempted by cheese? Can you tempt it with something? Set the mousetrap here for this pawn on e7.
Is it by sending my rook down there to d6 to make it
Bingo.
move?
And I'm happy you found that so quickly. E takes d6. Now, if I don't take the rook, then bishop h6 is going to checkmate the black king. So what have you accomplished with this? Number one, you now have control over the d file, so the king can no longer escape. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So if black were to decline the sacrifice and take on a2, what move would white now make?
White would now go to h6.
Bingo. With checkmate to follow, now the rook is untouchable. Now let's say that the rook were to be captured. And I actually fucked up a little bit, but we'll talk about that. This is like 7 head, but tell me the move here.
So then I would swing my bishop over to b6.
Now, if I actually followed my own advice, which I seldom do, I would notice a relationship between the rook and the queen on
There's the
h8.
prime shorey.
What relationship is that? What potential tactic might that create? It's an x-ray, right?
Oh, I see you going. Okay, from rook to
X-ray
queen.
leads to discovery. So black actually has an incredible defense in this position. It looks like he's losing his queen, and it is. But black has a counter-attacking resource exploiting this x-ray. Find it. Because black is in check right now.
Mm-hmm.
And this is deeper than even I thought. So this is actually great. Black to move and save the game.
So there's no way to save the queen, so the solution here is to pressure that queen, right? Because we're going...
Yep, you want to win white's queen. But how do you activate that x-ray?
Is it... Okay, so first move is getting the king out, so you push king to d7, then you're bringing bishop over to h6 to check.
Check. Bingo. And then you win the queen back, and the material is equal. The position is unclear.
Okay.
Nicely done. So you see how important tactical observation. So this move is actually bad. Therefore, I would play the move bishop h6 immediately, which doesn't checkmate black, but it does win the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
King d7. Threat.
No threat.
Are you sure about that? If it were black to move, what do I mean by threat? The most clear definition is if it's black to move, what does he do?
I see. So not the piece itself, but the position that's changed. So now he's freed up his rook, which means I can't take the bishop with my queen. I have to take with my bishop, so I just win
Right,
the
but
bishop.
what is the threat? If it were black's move here, what would black do? Let me make an empty move for white. What would black do in this position now?
He'd take my bishop.
Bingo. And then he'd take your queen, right?
Yep.
So you're constantly monitoring how every single move changes the position. You see what I mean now? You take his bishop,
Mm-hmm.
and let me play rook to b8. Threat.
Pawn b2, still can't move my bishop because that'd be threatening my queen on his side there.
Right, so again, you're saying pawn on b2. Is black threatening to take on b2?
He will not be taking on b2, not yet.
So it's not a threat, but what I would like you to say in this situation, black is putting pressure on the pawn on b2. How could he then threaten that pawn in the future?
He'd bring his queen over.
Where?
He'd probably bring queen to b5. Get that in, well, not b5 because it's taken by my knight, but
b4, b6, yeah.
Yeah.
And that would threaten checkmate. So in your mind, you're like, okay, like it's like a dentist to watch his teeth. You know, it might be a cavity there. Okay, that was terrible. I don't even know why I made that terrible. I hate the dentist. I guess that's why I actually made this comparison.
because
But
you hate the
basically-
dentist.
In your mind, it's like you place a watch on this. You know, like I got a watch for him creating mate threats. So you actually stop these threats before they actually arise. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That is the importance of constant observation. What is white's best move here? White is checkmating in a couple moves. Find it. Look at the entire board, every piece, what it can capture, what's hanging, how can white checkmate?
Okay, hanging pieces, there's the h7 pawn. Taking that doesn't really get me too much. It brings me to the same rank as the king, though, so I...
Yeah, but look at how many pawns there are, and black
Yeah.
can take your bishop.
Exactly, so that's not going to get me anything, but it is hanging, so I think the next move I'd make would need to be bringing rook up to e7, which puts the king in check.
And it's not about taking a free pawn, it's about pushing the king back to the back rank.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's checkmate in a couple of moves, finish me off, and I won't say anything.
Mm.
Now, one piece of advice. Always, 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 especially when you're winning, sometimes a certain piece is defended, and then in your mind, you forget that a certain move can make that piece undefended. That is why I told you, undefended pieces are pieces that are, even those defended by other pieces, they're still undefended. Only pieces protected by pawns are truly defended, and you've always got to watch your undefended pieces. Okay, with that being said, white to move and win. Fuck me
Okay.
up.
So I saw a couple things. The pawn on d6, that is a hanging pawn right now. So, I mean, you could take with the rook. I was looking at getting the queen involved by bringing it to e5, since that can't be taken. Well, he could take with his queen and do that, so maybe that's not the right
Which
move.
move is more forcing, though?
What's that?
Which move is more forcing? Is it to bring the queen to e5 or to capture on d6 with check?
Probably capturing.
Do it. King c8. Now look at the whole board. If your queen is on h8, ask yourself how it can be involved.
By freeing up the bishop, so moving the bishop to somewhere like h6.
Checkmate. I mean, I can block with my queen and say, now, could you have done bishop h6 immediately?
I could not because that gives him... Oh, no, I could, right?
Think. What can black do here? Is it checkmate? Identify hanging pieces. Thank you, Scott, for the sub. What can black do here? How has the position changed? Which pieces are now undefended?
The queen and the bishop are undefended.
And you're missing a piece. It's right in your fucking face.
Oh, and the rook. He could just take the rook. Right.
And how disastrous is this? Is this a disaster for white, or can white reciprocate with a good move?
I mean, you could take his rook.
White is still completely winning, right? White is up a rook and a piece, but it's not checkmate. The game is staved off for a couple moves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Black has gotten a stay of execution. But do you see kind of what I'm saying? Is this making sense?
Yeah, I get you. I didn't notice that, yeah.
Second exercise, and then you'll jump in. Different kind of exercise. I'm going to set up a position, okay? And I'm going to basically ask you to take as detailed of an inventory of all potential tactics as possible, and I'm going to guide you through it, okay?
Sounds good.
But have you processed this fully? Everything there kind of made sense.
Well, yeah, it's just a matter of avoiding the tunnel vision.
Tunnel vision and time management, I think you've largely solved.
Oh,
Tunnel vision is still your biggest enemy. I mean, you're on the path to solving it, I think.
Yeah, well,
On
baby
path
steps.
to solving it. Okay, now let's talk about this position. This is from one of my games, which I lost over the board games. But it's a very rich position. That's why I'm setting it up for you. So you're about to see your position change. Let me know if you see it right now. Do you see the position?
Yes.
Number one. Now flip the board so you're facing white.
Okay, I'm there.
Identify all hanging pieces in both camps, both for white and for black, by our definition. Start with white. Go ahead.
Okay, so the first hanging...
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, the first hanging piece I see with white is the bishop, c2 bishop.
Mm-hmm. Yep, good.
There's
I'm gonna highlight
and then there's the d5 pawn.
Okay, bingo. Every single hanging piece. I don't care where they are. Hanging pieces. Faster. Pieces that are unprotected by pawns.
Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah. King is always undefended, basically.
Right, bishop, and then the last two are the rook and the knight there.
Yep. So only the queen is defended. Now for black.
Both knights, the bishop, the rooks.
So it might seem stupid because you're like, well, when are the rooks defended? But this tactic is so important that you're constantly diagnosing undefended pieces. Now, are there any pieces that white could capture here, and can you evaluate those trades?
You mean take without exchanging, like for free, or just in general?
No, nothing for free, just in general. Exchange.
Yeah, he can take knight e4 with his bishop. It gets taken by his rook.
Mm-hmm.
He can also take...
Exactly. That was the first accurate thing I said all day, Charlie.
Yeah.
There's a language I understand.
I mean, you could take pawn on g7, get taken by queen. That's just an overwhelmingly losing position.
Yeah, terrible move. And what else?
You could take knight on h4, you get taken by queen, another bad move.
Bingo. Now, I don't want you to tell me any moves. Bear with me here. Could you explain to me hypothetical ideas?
Thanks to resub Skooma.
Hypothetical ideas that could allow you to basically win one of black's undefended knights. What could you do in order to basically force black to give one of these pieces away? Just hypothetically, like if you could do basically anything you want, cheat code. Now I'm gonna give you a hint, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Where would you put the knight on f1 in order to force the queen to relinquish its defense over the knight? Which square of the board? Name a square. It doesn't have to be immediately.
You just, I mean, if I could put that knight anywhere, I'd probably put the knight on h5.
Bingo. Now, do you see that the knight is 2 steps away from h5? Could the knight go to g3? Is this a good move?
Yeah, I mean, he could take his knight. He could take his knight, take my knight, my take with queen.
So it's not particularly satisfying, right? Thanks,
No,
Charlie.
just an exchange.
Could you devise then a scheme to not only basically make this square accessible, but to get the knight on h5 by force? The combination.
I'd take his knight with my bishop that puts his rook up, and then I'd move it.
Knight g3, attacking the rook. Rook moves, continue.
Mm-hmm. And then I'd go right to h5.
Now, if the queen moves away, what do you do?
Well, now I can just go right in. It's g7 that's guarded by my knight.
If I go to g6, what do you do?
I just take the knight.
You take the knight. Now, in this position, you will see why we identified all the hanging pieces. Black has a counter blow. Do you see it?
Well, you can't take my rook at b1. It's guarded by my other rook.
This rook on e1 is overloaded. How can you exploit the fact that it's overloaded?
He'd take my bishop with his rook on e3.
Takes e3, queen takes b1, king h2.
Yeah. What's
the material count? Who is up what?
I believe black's up a rook, right?
Okay, look again.
Wait, oh, I'm sorry. Black's up a bishop.
Well, white has a knight.
So it's equal.
Yeah, but how about the pawns?
Well, he has a lot more pawns.
Okay, black is up a pawn. 7 pawns to 6 pawns. Right?
Did you count that quick?
I did, but I'm just so used to it. It's like almost a pattern. But white is winning in this position. And I want you to tell me why from a conceptual standpoint.
Because we're attacking king.
What?
Because we're attacking king, right?
Exactly. Look at all these pieces. The rook is almost lifted. The back rank is weak. So black is still lost. But do you see the logic behind finding this combination? Do you see how it stemmed entirely from loose pieces?
Yeah.
So this tunnel vision coupled with constantly identifying 2 things, these undefended pieces, potential tactical sources, as well as asking yourself on every single move, and we are about to implement this in a real game, what does my opponent want? What is going to be his next move if I pass? Can I stop his threat? Can I pose a stronger threat? Okay? Mm-hmm. That is what we will put an emphasis on almost unnaturally in the next game. So go ahead and jump into the pool unless you have questions. Like, we can do 10 minutes.
I'm just going to stick with 3 minutes, to be honest. I really feel like I'm just still too slow.
Okay, excellent. Maybe 5 minutes would be a good compromise, but stick to 3 for now. That's fine. Okay, after the first couple of moves, I'm going to force you to answer those questions. Thank you, Krutwich.
Sounds good, man.
Okay, and I'm going to tell you when. Threats?
Attacking my bishop. Okay. So then I need to drop bishop back.
Threats?
He's looking to trap my bishop, so I need to free up the A side here.
Bingo. Good. He's probably, yep. And you're playing fast. Look at the whole board. Do you have any potential ways to ruin him here?
Well, his entire left side of the board is exposed here.
As well as his right side.
Queen side. Okay. Do I just go normal development?
Capture, it's a capture. You can capture something and ruin his pawn structure. Look at the whole board, Charlie, not just the left side. Also the right side. He's put his knight on h6. That's knights on the rim are grim.
So, okay, I guess that's a good time to ask. This is worth to make this pawn structure weaker?
Yes, very much worth. Now, can you imagine getting your queen to h5? We've talked about this before. In order to get your queen to h5, what do you need to do?
I need to move my knight.
Where would you move your knight so that it also participates in the attack?
If I'm attacking kingside, I'd want to get my knight over to h4.
Go. And do you see where that knight could be headed? What beautiful square could the knight occupy in the near future? It's checkmate in 2 moves. Find it.
So bringing queen over.
In 2 moves, using all of the pieces that are currently attacking.
All starting with bringing queen over?
Yep, that's correct. Now mate in 1.
Oh, it's just bringing the knight over to f5.
No. So debrief.
Yeah.
What was wrong with his opening strategy from the point of view of principles?
Oh, he didn't develop pieces.
Develop his pieces. Now, when you don't develop your pieces like this, you've got to be very, very attentive to opportunities to basically punish him for that, whether that's a captured or ruinous pawn structure. So what you were doing wrong is that you were automatically playing the developing moves that I taught you. But if you go to move 4, he's only moved his pawns.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you understand that when somebody only moves their pawns, the way to exploit that is to open up the center. How could you do that on move 4, or on move 5? What method could you use to rip open the center?
I'd push my pawn up 2 to d4.
That's exactly what I would do instead. So rather than sort of automatically making these moves, you're also asking yourself, if your opponent is playing weird, what principles is he violating? And this move, bishop takes h6 on move 9, is it that you saw it and didn't think it was good, or did you not see it at first?
Well, I mean, it's the first thing I saw, because once you push that pawn up, it's immediately attacking that knight. I guess I never really know when it's worth to mess up pawn structure and when it's not.
For the purpose of this learning phase, I'm going to tell you this. It's almost always worth initiating an equal trade to ruin pawn structure. Caveat, asterisk, when ruining pawn structure actually harms your opponent's king safety.
Yeah, see,
Okay?
I guess that's what I don't recognize, when it's actually harmful and when it's just kind of meaningless.
Right, but here, when you look at Black's king on e8, do you see how ruining his pawn shell actually harms him?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's pretty wide open.
If the pawn were on g7, then bringing your queen to h5 would be less effective. Why?
Yeah, it's guarded.
No, if his pawn were on g7, if he didn't
Oh,
move
sorry.
his file, how could he meet the check on h5 with the queen?
Then he just brings the pawn up.
Exactly. So that's why ruining the pawn structure is so effective. Not because you're gonna stare at that pawn structure and be, oh, I'm so great, I ruined my opponent's pawn structure, look at me. Why is it good to ruin pawn structure? Because it gives your pieces access to squares that were either previously defended by pawns that were healthy, or are no longer defendable by pawns. So h5 is a square that's now indefensible to black. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you can't put a pawn there to attack it. That does make sense.
Exactly. So normally that's the thought process that you want to initiate. But if it's in doubt, do it, okay? Err on the side of doing something you shouldn't have done rather than not doing it in the first place.
Okay. So I think I'll
yeah.
just work under the assumption that just fucking up some pawn structure is probably always just going to be the right play.
Basically, that's right.
Is there a time for it? Like, if I see an immediate opportunity to fuck up pawn structure, like on move 4.
Fuck it up.
Okay.
Now, where it gets complicated is sometimes you have to decide whether to sacrifice pieces in order to, like, do I give up an entire piece just to ruin his pawn structure? That's something we're going to get to.
Okay.
You got to be patient there. We're going to get to those evaluative factors. But for now, the answer is yes. Now, can we do 5 minute instead? I think that's a good compromise.
Yeah, it sounds fine to me, man. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do 5 minute.
Okay.
Mech Eddie.
Ah, the Karo Khan. So this is when I push up the other pawn.
System. Now you got a great position with Yasuo,
Yeah.
and we'll talk about that game in due course. But
Okay. So then it's bishop here first, right?
or c3, doesn't matter, either move.
Okay. And then I'm coming over here.
Not yet. You forgot to defend the pawn.
No.
Yourself.
Fuck.
Above all, what is the fucking threat?
That's right. Shit, I fell right into it.
That is. Now it's okay. You got to keep developing. Get that knight out of your grill.
Okay, so this is when I
Get
just
that
push a
knight out of your
pawn.
grill. Yeah, it's not all has been lost. You've only lost the pawn. It's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but it is okay.
It'll be okay.
It will. You will make it okay.
Mm-hmm. So then he hasn't brought his bishop out, so I just go normal here. So I'm bringing knight to f3 here, right?
No.
Oh, wait, he just... it's not. I thought it was open. It's not protected by bishop.
Yeah, so knight f3 is great. Now here taking his knight would not be a good idea. That would just freely develop his own bishop, right? You're not ruining anything.
Right.
Okay. Now notice that you have a lead in development. You do notice that, right? You've got 3 pieces developed, and he's only got 1 piece developed.
Yeah.
So you already immediately need to start looking for various checks, various tactics, various cap. Okay, your move. Do you see an opportunity to ruin his pawn structure? Because there is one.
All I saw was that freed up the queen, so I could push bishop to g5, and then he'd move up a pawn, which wouldn't.
Well, if you no, you can actually any captures in this position you could do. You're not asking yourself how the position has changed. I told you taking the knight was a bad idea, but the position has changed.
Because he's blocked his bishops.
Now he's got to ruin his pawn structure and open up a file onto which you can then plant your rook.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I see. I get what you're saying.
So actually, after this, we're going to make it a 10-minute game so that you could fully go through the process we've just put in place.
Okay, so now I want a castle, and then I can work on checking that king with some big shit, right?
Exactly, and see what happens. Now, that's not like necessarily winning, but you've already recovered to some extent.
Damn.
Yeah. Threats and drawbacks.
He's pressuring f2 pawn.
Yeah.
He's also pressuring b2 pawn.
Threatening b2. Drawbacks. Has he relinquished his control over anything? The
answer
is yes.
The queen,
pawns. Look at pawns.
Yeah, he's got the hanging pawn on d5, but I can't exploit that right now because I have to tend to the b2 pawn first, right?
Actually, you can, because notice while his queen is out hunting your pawns, look at his king. You are basically luring his queen into your camp. His king is then going to be laid bare, and you're going to see. So take the pawn.
Okay.
Once he takes your pawn, not to bring back bad memories, but Yasuo defended the rook in exactly this way. You can defend that rook. How?
By bringing the knight up.
Exactly. So your priority is always king safety. Always. You're always evaluating whether a trade is good in terms of exploiting opponent's king safety. Now you start bringing your pieces into the attack.
Mm-hmm. So now, do I want to put him in check first, or do I want to just work more on getting other things in a more attacking position?
Whatever order you feel like. All moves are good here, as long as you get pieces into the attack with every move and create threats with every move.
Okay, so I think the way I typically would do it is bringing this rook in, get him on this file.
Okay, now is he threatening your queen?
Yeah, well, he can't because he can't attack, but it's in a position.
Answer is no. But you got to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what comes to mind?
Oh, that pawn is still not hanging, but it is something I could look at when he does move this bishop, which I think he'll probably do soon. I could put him in check again by going to b5.
Would you attack the f7 pawn? Because that pawn is being pressured by your queen, and his queen is very far away from the action. Could you attack the f7 pawn without breaking the pin?
I mean, I can't just go take f7 pawn, right? He just takes with his king.
Attack it, threaten that pawn, use your pieces.
I see. Okay. So I'd want to get my knight involved here, so bringing my knight over to like g5.
Exactly.
I see. Okay.
So attack, and we'll talk about this in a second. Let's finish this game because you're low on time, but we need to talk a little bit more about attacking and how to finish off attacks.
I also, like I said, I would have defended the b2 pawn before even taking his pawn. Is that typically just not a good practice to get into?
Well, we'll talk about it.
Okay.
But threats and drawbacks, quick.
Threatening queen, drawback, the pawn is hanging on b7 now.
There you go. I love that you noticed that and how quickly you noticed it. You're getting better. And now you're threatening what?
I'm threatening his rook here. I'm also looking at maybe putting another check in here.
Yeah, potentially unsettling his position.
Mm-hmm.
Any pieces that are not participating in the attack while you're at it? Okay, rook d8.
Pawns hanging. Neither his rook nor his bishop can get involved on the other side.
Which of your pieces is unemployed and not participating in the attack? I'm looking at one piece in particular. It's sitting on its ass.
Yeah, that's the a1 rook.
Activate it.
Okay, so is the best position to activate him b1 here?
D1 because it attacks the queen. When in
Okay.
doubt, you want to activate pieces with tempo. That is by attacking your opponent's pieces while you're at it. You see, that wins you time to then activate the rook even further. Where can that rook then move even further to activate itself and cooperate with the queen?
Up to c7.
Bingo. Now you could play that. You have other good moves, but
Yeah, I have 39 seconds. I
short
think.
on time.
Yeah.
You're almost now. Can you capture any pieces here and break through the e file potentially?
I could capture the bishop with my knight,
He captures the knight, and then
I capture the pawn that he takes with.
nice. So that's a threat, and after that, your rook is involved in the attack. So he's in trouble here, but you're short on time, so get ready to play fast.
Yeah. I can just go down and make a checkmate here, right? No, he
I
just.
don't think you can. Has he stopped you from taking his bishop?
No, he hasn't. He hasn't changed
Wait,
this.
now, notice his rook on d7. It's lost the defender. So if he takes your knight, are you going to take his pawn? Okay, now what are you going to capture the rook with?
My knight.
Yes. Now you're very close to checkmating him. If king d8, you can check him on the back rank. If king d7, you're going to have a discovery with your knight.
Oh, so now this is back rank. Yeah, I just drop him down.
Yep. King. Now you have checkmate in one move. Find it. It's a queen move. Queen e8 is checkmate.
I see it. Yeah. Okay. Protected by the knight, and he can't go out either. I see it.
Good. So basically, let's analyze this game for a second, okay? And we're going to switch to 10-minute games for this sort of duration. The 3-minute game is like therapy. You do it occasionally just to make yourself faster, but you don't necessarily do it because you learn a lot from those games, if that makes sense.
Well,
Right?
I certainly haven't learned from 3 minutes. That has just been a disaster for me.
But it's made you better in ways that you might not realize, trust me. Okay, I just
Literally
invited you to
boosted.
another analysis board.
Yeah.
I don't know if you got it.
I would have lost that for sure. Toss me that one more time. I had to close the boards.
Done.
Why didn't I get it?
Maybe I need to close the analysis board too. That's my bad. Let me close it. Okay, one more time. Inviting you right now. Done. You see it?
No, I did not get it.
Oh, maybe. Let me just close all of. Let me close all of the
Actually, give
boards.
sub winter. The two give subs winter.
Okay, one more time trying.
Women are loud. You'll see why that was a tweet I made. Fucking call me Carson made me fucking tweet that. Alright, there it is.
There we go. Now, what would be the correct move here?
This is when I bring my pawn to defend that.
Exactly. So c3.
Yeah, I forgot to bring the pawn first before the bishops.
Right, and the thing is, another opportunity here that you
Actually,
had
just a
was
winter.
bring the knight out to e5.
Mm-hmm.
And what threat does this create? It controls the d7 square, but what is that good for? What move would you now make if it were your move?
I'd put him in check.
Yep, it should be 5 back, forces his king out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, once you got into attacking formation, when he threatens your pawn and you're evaluating a trade, it's literally like a list of benefits. If what you're doing
Thanks,
is
Winter,
trying to attack
Angel.
him, then allowing queen takes b2 is actually a good thing. Don't look immediately at how intimidating a move looks. Understand instead that queen takes b2 basically sends his queen away from its defense over the king. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
Thanks for the reset, Brimsy.
basically, okay, 1 second. Yeah, so basically, when you're weighing the pros and cons of a trade, I sometimes think you look at this move queen b2, you're like, oh shit, that ruins my pawn structure, attacks my rook, but that makes you blind to the fact that it sends his queen away from his defense over the king, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, here we get to the attacking phase. And as a general rule of thumb, your attacking moves have to fulfill one of three categories. They're in one of three categories. Category number one, you are bringing a piece into the attack, a piece that's unemployed or not doing anything. You're employing it and making it have a direct role in the attack. Number one. Number two, you're capturing free pieces or pawns. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Number three, you are sending pieces that might already be doing something in order to pressure weak points in his position. If one of your attacking moves doesn't fall into one of those three categories, chances are you're doing something stupid. So that's why I'm always reluctant just to give a check for the sake of giving a check.
That makes
check
sense.
E5 doesn't do anything. It actually helps him get his queen back. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's why in this situation,
Thank you.
are there
Lou.
any category...
Loogie.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, am I on voice activity? I'm sorry, man. Hold
Oh,
on.
what do you mean?
I usually do push to talk so you don't hear me say thanks.
Oh, no, it's totally fine. I'm doing that all the time.
Wow, now I feel like such a fucking... I'm so embarrassed. It's
I-
it's like you saw me without my makeup on.
That all the time, so no problem.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Well, thank you,
I'll never
Loogie.
forgive you. You're so rude, man. So basically, do you remember those three categories?
Yeah.
What are they?
It needs to be either attacking a hanging... Or not a hanging piece. It needs to be either attacking a piece, looking for an optimal position, whereas like a check on b5 doesn't accomplish anything. It gets his queen back, so I need to be looking more for what position is it going to change. Am I attacking anything? Am I getting anything out of it?
Are you employing a piece? Are you taking a free thing? Or are you pressuring a square? So knight g5 is a category 2 move. You're attacking a very weak pawn on f7. That's why it's so important to make observations beforehand about which squares and pawns and pieces you might want to attack. Could you tell me this? If you didn't play knight g5, could you name 3 more good attacking moves in this position? I want 3. And I want moves of, well, there's no category 3 moves. There's nothing to capture.
Mhm.
But I want at least one category 1 move and at least one category 2 move.
I could threaten the same piece by moving the knight to e5. The problem with that is it blocks my rook from pressuring the knight.
Good point, and it blunders the queen.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that it plungers the queen, but yeah.
But that's right. Okay, so what else? And I'm not necessarily asking you to pressure this one, just in general. I want 3 attacking moves here, possibilities.
Okay, I was looking at bishop to e5, which, no, that still blunders the queen. I still blocked it. It'd be trading queens. You could bring bishop out further to d6, which is threatening that knight that's pinned.
Bingo. You're pressuring the knight, which is pinned, so that's a great move. Okay, great. What else?
In this position, giving that second check wouldn't be terrible, right? Because he's going to have to activate another piece, like maybe blocking with the bishop, which frees up that pawn on b7.
Good thinking. The problem is he's got queen c6. If it were not for that, I would totally like this move. And now the queen is back in the defense.
Okay.
Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, this knight on d2, is it doing anything right now?
No.
What would be its ideal target square? If you could lift it and put it on any square on the board right now, where would you put it?
Well, I'd probably put it on g5, attacking that weak pawn. But, I mean, I could do that with my other knight.
You could do it with the other knight. I mean, specifically this knight. And there's a much juicier square than g5. Much juicier. It's a check, actually.
There's the d6, which puts him in check.
Would you get that knight there?
In 2 moves, yeah, I'd need to bring him up to c4.
Remember what I said about attacking in chess in general. Not every good idea, not every worthwhile idea is 1 move long.
Mm-hmm.
Can he stop the knight from coming to d6? Absolutely not. There's nothing he can do. His knight is pinned. Therefore, he cannot release the bishop's defense over d6.
Right.
And so once you give this check, all hell is going to break loose. His king will have to move. Then you can take f7. His king is right in the crossfire, etc., etc. Now, I want one more move. And this is a category, I suppose it's a category 1 move. So basically bringing a piece in that's not doing anything. Which other piece is not doing anything?
Yeah, the rook to attack the queen.
You get 2 possible squares for it.
Yeah, so, I mean, the c1, which it directly attacks the queen. And
Okay.
then...
What other square?
I mean, b1 doesn't really accomplish much, right? Because...
You're right, because it stares at a pawn that's already defended. How about d1? What does this move do? It actually does do something. It prepares something very scary for black, but I want you to identify what that is.
It's stacking the queen and the rook there once I move the knight.
And where once you move the knight, where could this queen travel to in order to checkmate black?
It just goes right to d8.
Exactly. So you see how effective a move like that could be. It's slow chess, but it's very effective chess because if, for example, black moves his bishop away, what can you remind me what move this makes possible?
The b7 pawn's hanging.
The b7 pawn. Now, believe it or not, the move rook c1, not to overburden you here, this is a blunder. And whenever you have a rook at knight, this rook is what's called overloaded. It's defending both this other rook and it's pinning the knight. It's accomplishing too many tasks at once. So what can black do here?
He can
black
he can just take the rook, right, which then ruins the pin and he takes my queen.
Bingo. Thank you, Lord Click. Exactly. So whenever you have a situation where your queen is hanging, it doesn't matter if it's pinned. You've got to be very, very careful about that. And by the same token, a slow move like h3 would be a very big mistake. Why? Same exact tactic.
The same exact tactic of what we just discussed. He just takes my rook, so then my rook just goes out of the pin again.
And then knight takes d5. Now here's a question for you. Can you give a check with the queen such that it escapes the knight's wrath and then pick off the queen on a1?
Yeah, you just drop her to b5 to deliver the check and then take the queen.
But now black has a very strong counter blow. What am I talking about? Black to move.
Okay, so he's checked right now, so then he just brings his bishop to block, so when I take his queen, he takes my queen.
Exactly. Now, could you make a move, once again, in the same spirit of the previous check, to pose a very strong threat that black has to attend to, and then you take the queen? What move can white make here?
Well, it has to be a queen move, right? Otherwise, I'm just losing my queen, so is it just taking b7?
Mm-hmm. It's exactly that. Attacking the rook, attacking the queen. If black moves the queen, you take the rook, and it's basically checkmate. Now, if the queen moves back, takes, bishop c8, white to play and win.
Can't take the bishop, it's guarded by knight.
Whoa. Why have you forgotten about the pin?
Right, because we didn't, he moved, sorry, I went under the assumption we had just taken the queen, you're right. Yeah, no, I just take.
You can take the bishop. So this instinct, this knee-jerk reaction, I can't take this. Try to break it down as much as you can. Okay, good. Making progress. Let's do a 10-minute game.
Okay, I'll give it a whirl.
And you've won your last couple, just to remind you.
Well,
you're getting your feet back under you. How do you feel? You feel a little bit better?
Well, I mean, 10 minutes hasn't been too bad for me, like even during this super cold streak. But to be fair, the curse of when you're here and the players play like total asshole is alive and well.
Yeah, it's really weird. Okay, queen f3, what a great move. Young dad, wow, he really thinks he's the shit.
Yeah, so he's looking to, do I need to analyze threat and the drawbacks?
Not yet, but yeah, what is the drawback? What principle is he violating?
He's he's weakened that entire side now. He's got
and also he's not developing his pieces. Now, when someone is not developing his pieces, we've talked about this. How do you exploit this?
We look to ruin the pawn structure. We look to develop our pieces or what?
And open the center.
Yeah. Okay.
So I would do that. I would open up the center to expose the weaknesses in his position.
Okay, so then my question is the optimal way of doing that bringing the d5?
Yes, it is. Okay. Exactly. After this, we're going to talk a little bit about EROB and do some preparation if that's fine with you.
Yeah, I'm fine for any of that.
Knight takes d5. Very good. Now you got to be careful. Threats and drawbacks. Well, no drawbacks. What's the threat?
He's got queen attacking knight. He's got bishop attacking knight. 2 attackers. I only have my queen defending, so I need to push pawn to add another defender.
Good move. Careful about moving your knight away also, because you see the f7 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
That could be a problem. Okay.
Threatening to take pawn, try and reestablish control in the middle. Drawback, none that I see. He's freed up his bishop.
Yeah, but he's offering you a free pawn.
Yeah. But not drawback of taking. I still haven't developed shit. Is that something that I need to be concerned about?
Yeah, but neither has he. Look at what he's done. He's made all these weaknesses in his position. You can afford to bend the rules a little bit. You're up a pawn. The piece that you have developed, your knight, is very well positioned.
Okay.
And not only has he not developed, he's made weaknesses in his position by pushing his pawns and bringing his queen out too early. So, like, he's counter-developed almost.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's hunting for your pawn, and he's allowing you to develop your pieces while defending against the check.
Okay. So then bringing my bishop into this, he does take the pawn, though. There's no way of doing both, right?
That's okay. Let him take that pawn and choke on it. Keep developing your pieces. What can you do to develop?
I can bring my bishop out, but not too far because he's still got.
What the threats were.
What was that?
What are the threats? What is he threatening?
Right now he's looking at g7 pawn on my side with the queen. He's
So could you defend and develop at the same time?
yeah, by castling.
Yep, castling. Now where could that rook go potentially if he doesn't castle?
I could put that on e8 and look for a discovery check down mid.
Bingo. So let's see. This guy clearly doesn't like to develop his pieces. My guess is he's going to take your knight. No, he goes bishop d2. Now you actually are winning some material. If you look at his queen on d4, that already in and of itself is a drawback. When a queen is out that early, we've talked about this. Why is it bad? Because it allows your pieces to attack the queen and create all sorts of havoc in his position. Do you see what you can do here? It's a bit of a, it's not really tactic, but it's a great move.
I had a 2-move idea, which was rook e8, discover check by pushing bishop f6, and I win queen.
Awesome. Well, you could. That's a good. You said rook e8.
Yeah.
That's one good move. What can you tell me about going bishop f6 immediately?
He'll just run away the queen.
What happens after that? Does that expose anything in his position?
That leaves the pawn hanging.
And together with the pawn, white loses what else? If bishop f6, queen moves, you take the pawn. White loses what? Go ahead and do it first. We'll
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I guess I'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, so his queen will have to move, and then you said you take which pawn?
The g4 pawn.
There's another pawn, though, that I'm referring to. Once the queen moves, again, how is the position changed? Well,
the b2 pawn is, or the b2 pawn is open.
Right, but don't tunnel vision. Look at the drawback of his last move. What has he done with his queen?
He's blocking the potential pin. Well,
Exactly.
not blocking. He's allowing a potential pin.
So would you rather win the queen or the rook?
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Easy money here. You see, people just don't learn principles. They're violating them all the time. If you adhere to sound opening principles and you ask yourself these questions, you are going to basically win every single game. And again, he's playing like shit, yes, but you're making him look stupid as well.
Now, if he did move queen to, c3, I just take the hanging pawn. Is there any other... Well, I mean, he couldn't move his queen to c3 because of knight, but the point I'm making, if he did move it somewhere that's not blocking or not protecting the pawn and not, killing himself here, I just take the hanging pawn. Is there any other way to win material off that?
No, you would take the pawn and then you would take the rook. That's a ton of material. That's actually a common tactic. When you take that pawn on b2, the rook is trapped while you're at it. So that would be the best you could do. Thanks for the sub. See, I just rudely thanked my subs in front of you.
It's disgusting, actually. You make me fucking sick, Daniel. Do you have no manners at all?
Zero, none. I eat with my bare hand. I eat on stream. I mean, everything I do is calculated to be as obnoxious as possible. And Shane with 5 gifted subs. Holy smokes! Thanks. Exactly. Case in point. Thanking these people. No more subs, you guys. They're showing how rude I am.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Holy shit, Latitude. Appreciate the fat 10 gift subs, man. I appreciate it. I'm on Push to Talk.
So
I have
he's
manners.
just tilting right now and probably throwing his stuff around. This is just crushing.
Also, again, Lugi, I do want to say thank you. He's just in the middle of something, but I did want to thank you for the tier 1 and the gift subs
In the
earlier.
meantime, while he's thinking, I'm going to work on downloading Erob's games. Does anybody know what Erob's account name is? Can you guys advise me? Maybe just Erob, but I don't know. Do you guys know? Erob 221. Double Erob 221, okay. Got it. Thank you, guys. I'm gonna work on downloading some of his games.
Man, this guy is just going to timeout 100%.
Do you know what you don't know what color you have tomorrow, right?
Black. Pretty sure it's black.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Peanuts, for the 5 subs, man. Jesus. Stop gifting subs, you guys. You make me look bad.
What beautiful reverse psychology. Oh no, don't do that.
Yeah, nobody's gonna know what I'm really mean. Yeah, yeah, never.
Are gift subs random? I think so for the most part.
I'm an expert of reverse psychology. The bits from 5-inch, thank you.
Where'd my man's Elo go? Welcome to 3-minute hell.
Here.
I played 3 days of straight 3 minutes.
He's still thinking,
it's been
isn't he?
miserable. I can't play 3-minute. Thanks for the resub.
Is he still thinking? Yeah, he still is. I think he might sit out his entire time.
Yeah.
FYI.
He probably just went to get something like some food or like a hand job or something. Just anything, really.
Maybe the latter is what he really needs after such a loss.
Yeah, it's tough.
I mean, you gotta relieve yourself somewhat. Okay,
He's
so you're
taking
black
care of
against
his
your,
son.
right, because you were white in your last game. And it's only 1 game, right? It's not a 2-game match.
I actually think it is 2 games.
Okay. Win 2 out of 2 then. Okay.
Why do people do this? A desperate Hail Mary to hope that the other guy's in a hurry. I used to do this on Yu-Gi-Oh! All the time on the Xbox. That's fucked up, David.
Interesting. Okay. Looking at what Erob plays in the meantime really fast.
No worries, man. You got plenty of time.
He's still thinking, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure he's just not there.
Yep. Okay, I see. Erob plays an interesting set of openings.
Thanks to the resub, Chiefy.
You're going to be pretty well prepared for them.
We'll see come game day, man. Like I'm telling you, these 3-minute games have been brutal. Brutal.
I got you, man. Yeah, I mean I think you can pause them and do 10-minute games. Again, I think you'll see how much faster you've become in the context of 10-minute games, if you know what I mean.
Maybe. I've only done I did 2 10-minute games at the beginning of the stream, which didn't go very well either. But I finally left.
And he didn't he?
Yeah, he finally got out.
So, yeah. So basically, I get what you're saying. I feel your pain. And like I said, you're just going to have to suffer through it. I mean, you'll get your feedback under. You're going to crack 900, et cetera, et cetera.
Whoa. What do you mean crack? I was at 900 for a cool 3 days of cruising. And then...
You're going to crack 1,000 is obviously what I meant.
That's what I was looking for.
I misspoke. Do you want to jump in for another game before prep, or do you want to tackle the prep phase?
I'll hop in for one more. I'd at least like to finish off with a nice
hear.
checkmate.
Especially against someone like Chessmaster. Man, that guy is good.
Yeah. Ah. I see. So in a position like this, one thing I do here is I push my knight up to d5 and pray that maybe they're just not paying attention and take with queen. Is it better just to bring it back and go back to normal development?
Back to normal development. So back to e2 or even back to b1 is fine because he's pushed his pawn very far.
Mm-hmm.
So now he's a little bit overextended.
Okay. So when I don't do that, and I usually go e2, that blocks my bishop. Is it better just to put it back in b1?
No, e2 is fine because then you can either fianchetto your bishop or unblock it by putting the knight, let's say, on g3, potentially. So it's okay to do these things temporarily as long as you know you'll fix them. Okay, f5, so what do you do now?
I just take, well, no.
Take that. Yeah, he's weakening the position of his king. And actually, after he takes back with his bishop, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You can unblock the development of your bishop while gaining a tempo. What do I mean? I mentioned this move a little bit earlier.
It's not g4 with pawn, right? Because that's undefended.
Defended. You can attack that bishop. You're right about that. With what?
I mean, the only way I see of attacking it, at least at like a quick glance without thinking too hard, is d4, but that is taken by the queen, but it is attacking.
So you're only looking toward the center for some reason. It's a knight move.
Oh, I see. I think I see, right? So I want to just bring my knight over here to g3.
Precisely.
I see.
Attacking the bishop, unblocking your bishop.
Yeah, I didn't even consider that because that does unblock the bishop. I was looking more for developmental moves and I couldn't see anything that could attack. See, again, I'm focusing too hard on like one certain area that we've practiced, which is a big problem for me.
Right, and it comes with experience also. There's no way necessarily to hack that. Okay, so queen d5, what now?
Well, now I was going to push pawn d3 and go back to normal development here. It's not threatening anything like, immediately here that I can see. I could exchange, but then I still don't have anything developed.
But if you exchange, then neither does he, and you basically send his queen to an awkward spot. Thanks, Shane, for the bits.
So this is a situation where exchanging is fine?
Yeah, and we'll talk more about that after the game, but exchanging is actually good. And then you can keep developing. But the problem with a move like d3 is that it actually encloses your bishop out inside the pawn. So first, yeah, bishop d3 is a great move, attacking the queen and developing. Now remember, you do block the other bishop from developing, but you can fianchetto it later.
That's what I was thinking. I was just going to push b3 to fianchetto.
Threats? Is he creating threats?
Just pressuring d2 pawn. He can't bring out his bishop. It's still blocked. He hasn't developed pieces.
What is he? He's threatening something.
And he's
Look very closely.
Yeah, the g2 pawn as well. So pushing that out, is that the right?
Possible. You could also sacrifice it for development. So you could actually lure his queen into taking that pawn, but in return, you get really good development. Do you have a move in mind like that?
It's not a move I'd typically make, but I think... Do you want me to control like the other side of the board here, like bringing queen up to threaten on his side there at b7?
Just normal. Yeah, that's a great move actually, because you're both defending your pawn on g2 and attacking his pawn on b7. That's not the move I had in mind, but it's a good one. Do it.
What move were you looking at then?
Knight f3, actually, developing the knight and actually allowing him to capture your pawn on g2, then bringing the rook onto g1 and attacking the queen. But you get a huge lead in development.
Okay.
But now you can keep developing as normal. Develop your knight, develop your other bishop, just develop normally.
So in this position, putting the knight in the corner is never good, I know, but it does attack queen here. Is this an exception or is this still just normal then?
Not really. I would put the knight toward the center if you can.
Instead of chasing the queen out? Well, thanks, Beerneck. And thanks for the prime, Judalus.
Okay. Threats and drawbacks.
He's threatening bishop and queen. Drawback, he's now opened up b7 pawn.
Perfect. You're getting better at that. Take that pawn. All right. Let's see what he hatches here.
So in this situation now, I can't let him have g2 pawn, right? So I need to push that up, or do I need to save bishop first? Can I just protect with bishop?
Threatening to capture g2? Is he threatening that pawn with his queen?
I don't have anything on it, right? So I don't.
You're b7. You do.
Oh Jesus, yeah, you're right. Sorry, I tunnel visioned all the way on the other side of the board.
You can actually make a move that reinforces the pawn and completes your development. Continues your development, rather.
What I looked at was bishop on e4.
That's a great move, opening up that d pawn to come out to d3. Thank you, Peanuts, for the gift. Right, and developing the other bishop and attacking the queen. Good move. Yeah. You could have also castled.
That's true. I guess I never really know like the right time to castle. I think is another big problem.
Well, usually it's a natural thing to do in general. There's no necessarily good timing. You should approach it more from the perspective of there's limited number of positions where you don't castle. Usually you do castle at the earliest convenience. Sometimes if you're attacking, you want to prioritize attacking moves. That's an acceptable reason not to castle, but it's rare. Okay, now for example, you have a better move than castling, which develops with tempo.
Yeah, it's pushing d3, pushing pawn d3. It attacks his queen.
Beautiful.
And it also reinforces my bishop just in case. I mean, it's a secondary. Oh.
You see, people don't ask themselves what the fucking threat is. It's just an epidemic. There we go. Nice. Very nice. So this, if you go back, we don't have to do an analysis board, but if you go back, well, let me do an analysis board because we're going to prepare anyway for Europe.
Yeah, just toss me that bad boy.
Yeah, just close the other ones. If that sounds like a good plan to you.
Works for me, man.
Okay, just invited you. Perfect. So this trade, right, queen d5, do you take the bishop or not? The way that I would approach this is, it's like he's got only one piece developed other than his queen, and that's the bishop, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you take his bishop, all that he has is this queen that's like roaming around aimlessly. And he's got a bunch of weaknesses. Just look at his king. It's like got bullet holes riddled all over it. So you didn't really have to go bishop d3. You could have just developed naturally with knight f3 attacking the pawn. And then perhaps this bishop could have come out to c4 and been reinforced by d3. So this move, bishop d3, it's original, but what I really meant by sacrificing is the move knight f3. Okay?
Yeah, I get you.
Takes g2, what's your move here?
Then I'm going to take the hanging pawn, or do I want to push past it and look more towards the weakness at like f7?
Always start by asking yourself what the threats are. Every single fucking time. What is black's threat?
Taking the rook.
Yep, so what do you do? Thanks, Shadon.
You chase it away with the rook. You go g1. No. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it, because the knight's defending the rook. So queen h3, and now you simply keep developing. So you have undeveloped pieces. For example, this bishop on c1 is undeveloped. It's undeveloped because this bishop on d3 is blocking it. So could you reposition this bishop to open up this pawn? Now you did that during the game.
Yeah, and during the game I pushed it to e4, which attacked the weak pawn on b7.
As you should. And then you follow up with d3, bishop f4, queen e2. You castle long, and his queen on h3 is incredibly awkward. You could later attack it with moves like knight g5. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So this is what I would do. I would play the move knight f3 here in an instant, for sure. Because that would give me a humongous lead in development to compensate for basically my, the pawn that you sacrifice. It's a very small price to pay, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, so it's one pawn for a huge lead, I get you. That makes sense. I guess that's something I wouldn't recognize as the lead that it would get me letting that happen, which is why I always look to like a defense, which is why I put queen there in the game. Which is okay.
Leads in development they're not natural. It comes naturally to defend shit. So it's okay. And again, that's to be expected entirely. But this is sort of on the next level, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of on the next level of thinking. Thank you, Dr. Droid, for the sub. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay. I think seeing it is what helps a lot. Seeing the kind of lead that letting that happen gives.
Exactly. You see how the pieces coordinate all for the price of a measly pawn. And that's just not a small price to pay. And that's just a very small price to pay. Thanks, Bits, for the sub.
Resub hoops.
Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
Okay, so let's prepare, if that's okay with you, a little bit for Erob. When do you play tomorrow?
I think 4. Chat told me 4, but they could just be lying to make sure Erob gets a free win. I couldn't tell you.
So I've downloaded his games. I know what he plays. Let's prepare briefly for him. He's not a big opening guy, so it doesn't make sense to necessarily memorize everything, but I'm going to show you what he's going to play and how to respond to it. Now, let's start with white.
I appreciate that way.
Erob plays an opening called the French. E4, E6. Okay?
Yep.
And the idea of this is the same as Yasuo's move C6. It's to prepare the move D5. So, by the way, Erob as a player, you're 500 times better than him. He blunders all the time. Just don't nut yourself. I mean, you're a favorite by a country mile. As long as you adhere to sound principles and you play relatively fast, you'll be fine.
I mean, he's got a kid, man. Like, yeah, his focus is all over the place. It's almost embarrassing. Imagine having a kid when you got a chess tournament coming up.
Exactly. Your attention is so divided. It's crazy.
Suboptimal.
So basically, he plays the French, and the way you respond is by playing d4, d5. And now I always told you to take that pawn. But against Irob, I'm going to teach you a simple system, okay?
All right.
Thanks, BNB. So basically what you do here is you play the move knight c3, defending the pawn on e4. Does that make sense?
Looks good to me.
Irob is probably going to take the pawn judging by his games. I mean, he doesn't know the theory of this line. He doesn't know the theory of this line very well. If he plays the move knight to f6 instead, which is sort of the main move in this position, then you're going to follow up by developing bishop to g5, pinning his knight.
Okay.
If he takes your pawn with his pawn, can you take back with the knight, yes or no, and why?
Yes, if he takes with the knight, I take his queen.
Bingo. So now you have two pieces centralized, you have the pin, and you're threatening to capture with the bishop and ruin his pawn structure. Okay?
Makes sense.
So basically, if Irob takes, in one of his games, he played the move f5. Is that a good move or a bad move?
It's not a good move. He's now exposed yet another weakness on his king side.
Yeah, and now you just bring the knight back, and you develop normally. You put the bishop on c4 to pressure this pawn, and your long-term plan is basically to attack that pawn on e6. That's your long-term plan. You want to castle, put the rook on e1, and you're going to crash through on e6.
Makes sense.
So f5, I don't think he's going to repeat. Now, he's also played the move knight to f6, and there's a trap here that I want to show you. You take the knight. He's probably going to take with his queen. You develop this knight to f3. He's probably going to fuck around. Let's say he develops his bishop. Now you develop your bishop to d3. Now let's say Irob castles. White is already winning in this position, and I want you to find the move and explain why.
I think it's pushing knight, which frees up the queen. Then I can bring queen over to h5 and then push in through there.
That's a good idea, but you're actually winning his queen by force. It's a very sudden tactic, but you can attack his queen.
Is it just bringing the bishop over there to g5?
It is bishop g5. Does his queen have any squares? Nope, it can't go anywhere. If it takes the bishop, you take the queen, you're up a queen. So quite probably, this position might appear on the board. So can you remind me of the moves? Let's go from the start. Go ahead.
Okay, so start.
Sorry, no. E6, my bad.
It's all good. Okay, and then here.
Oh, you moved. It's not knight f3.
Oh, whoops, sorry. Yeah, I went on the other side. How do I bring this back? Yeah, I went on the wrong side, I see now.
Yeah, go. I try again.
Yeah, here. Because I looked at the wrong side.
If this move.
Yeah.
Yep. And if he unpins himself, by the way, you could go e5, attacking his knight, and then you can take his bishop and keep developing normally.
Okay, that makes sense.
I don't think this is going to happen, though. Let's say he takes on e4.
Without the knight there, I just take here.
Knight f6.
I just drop him back, right?
Nope, you actually take the knight.
Oh, to get the queen. Yeah, to get the queen out.
The pawn, by the way, you can just develop normally. Knight f3, bishop c4, bishop f4, castles. You've got a great position. Then you can work on a central breakthrough. We'll talk about this in a moment.
So the only
My
time
guess is this queen.
The only time I drop back is when he pushes that f7 pawn up too, right? Then I'm moving knight back.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. If he attacks you, you have to move the knight back. But, other than that, oh yeah, he's taken with a pawn once. So if he takes with a pawn, yeah, you just develop. If he takes with a queen, continue.
Okay, so then I'm bringing bishop over here.
First or knight?
Oh, knight for. Is it knight first?
It doesn't really matter. You can do. Oh, actually, if you want to set a trap, you can do this. Ooh, and you could do that in general against him because this seems to blunder the pawn, but it doesn't. Do you see what you can do?
To trap his queen?
Yeah, you can win his queen here. It's not the same as the queen trap line, but you can win his queen. Look at all the x-rays, observe all the tactics, try to win his queen.
The x-ray I see here is the queen through bishop attacking his queen.
Yep. Move the bishop with tempo.
I see, yeah, we put it to b5 to put him in check and win the queen.
check and win the queen.
Yeah.
You could do this first. Now let's say he goes bishop d6, for example. Continue.
Okay. I'm bringing the knight in here.
Exactly. Castles, and now.
Okay, and then this is when I'm trapping this queen, right? And this is when I'm just bringing the bishop in here. He's got no usable tiles.
His queen is trapped. Exactly. So this might happen. I don't think it will. He's also fucked around in this position with moves like c6, which make no sense. You develop normally in this position. How would you develop normally?
I'd bring knight in.
Now, let's say he pins your knight with his bishop. How would you respond to something like this?
In this position, I'd bring my bishop in to attack his queen.
So here you're doing this just to attack the queen, but you're actually sending his queen onto a very annoying square. So what you need to do here is resolve the central tension by playing e5 so that he's not threatening your pawn.
Okay.
Now, are you afraid of him ruining your pawn structure? No. Look at the dark squares. Do you see how weak they are? Could you use your bishop to exploit them if he, let's say, develops his knight?
Yeah, and then I'm bringing my bishop to a3, right?
Go, and you're pinning his knight, you're skewering stuff. Then you just develop normally. Bishop d3 castles, etc., etc. By the way, this is a good application of the Greek gift sacrifice. So if he just develops normally, castles, bishop d3, he goes knight d7. We talked about this briefly, but I'm going to let you review this. You have what's called a Greek gift sacrifice in this position. Do you remember what I mean?
Yeah, that's when I'm sacrificing a piece to chase down the kingside attack, right?
How does that start? Do you remember?
It starts by crashing in, right? So in this position, would it be crashing the bishop into the knight there?
Not the knight, but rather the pawn.
Oh, okay. To lure the king out.
Lure the king onto a square where it can now be checked by the knight.
Right.
Now,
yeah, I bring it up to g5.
Exactly. Now, once the king moves away, that queen moves onto a spot where it can checkmate the king. Where?
That's going on to h5.
Exactly. Exactly. And after rook e8, it's checkmate in 2 moves. Find it.
From this position, I bring queen to h7 for the first check, and he has to go to the next tile on f8, and then I just drop her again.
And because of this pin, he cannot block with the knight on g8 because of the bishop spin.
Right.
So basically, that's the Greek gift sacrifice. That's how you develop your pieces. I think he's going to play the French. I don't think it's worth preparing for too long. Basically, you go d4, knight c3, and you get a good position.
Yeah.
He's going to do something good in that. I mean, it's impossible to predict what, but he doesn't know the position at all.
Have some mercy on my boy, man. He may just come out and surprise us all.
Maybe he will. Who knows? Now, with white pieces, he plays this queen h5 line that basically tries to scholars mate you. He does this exclusively, essentially. And what I want you to know is how to respond to this. So he attacks your pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Can you defend that pawn while developing one of your pieces?
Yeah, it's pushing up d6 pawn, right?
But better to develop one of your pieces while you're at it.
Oh, so defending it with my queen or with my knight? Which one?
Well, you want to develop your knight, right? You don't really want to develop your queen.
Okay, fair enough. That makes sense.
If he threatens scholar's mate, then you can go g6. If he goes queen f3, what do you do?
Then I just bring my knight out.
Knight out to f6, then you fianchetto the bishop, castle, d6, bishop e6, develop normally. Now, most probably, Irab will make a move like knight c3 here. And how do you develop and attack his queen at the same time?
Just bring the knight out.
Yeah, bring that knight out to f6. He has to bring his queen back. And now, what do? You just develop as if you were playing with the white pieces here because he's wasted a bunch of time doing stupid stuff.
Okay, so that makes sense. So then I'm just bringing the bishop out to c5. I'm bringing pawn up, bringing bishop out.
Out, just as you know how to do knight on d4, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
And you're constantly watching for blunders.
So I guess something I probably need a refresher on. These 3-minute games have literally made me shit out the timing. When do I want to get my knight in that position at d4?
So basically, the best case scenario for getting the knight to d4 is a situation where, for example, you have your bishop on g4, and now you put your knight on d4 in order to pin his knight, put pressure on it, and threaten to ruin his pawn structure.
Okay.
That makes sense?
That makes sense.
just putting the knight on d4 for the sake of putting it on d4 isn't always as good, because you can chase that knight away potentially, and that knight isn't always doing anything just because it's in the center. And I want you to understand that just because the knight is in the center doesn't necessarily mean it's accomplishing anything, anything load bearing. Right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
To keep in mind, when his bishop is on c4 like this, let's say he stops you from developing your bishop to g4.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very good idea to develop the bishop to e6, because if he takes, what have you accomplished through the lens of this trade?
More pressure in the middle, but my pawn structure's fucked.
Right, it's number one. And what have you opened for one of your pieces, number two?
My rook.
Your rook, exactly. So this rook skewers his knight. Now you can go knight h5, knight f4. You have a lot of active maneuvers in this position. So this is actually a very, very good position for you.
Okay. So I only want to look for that if he cuts off that preemptive pin.
Yeah, and sometimes you might even prefer that over playing bishop g4. But the key is to respond to queen h5 with knight c6. Now, in one of his games, he's played knight f3. Now, he attacks the pawn, but what developing move can you now play?
I bring bishop into it at d6.
No, but remember, you don't want to violate that principle.
Right. I blocked it.
Could you develop your knight?
Yeah. I just... To protect that, to attack that piece down there when he takes?
Well, you want to counterattack one of his pieces. He's developed his queen out
so
early.
Okay, I see. Yeah, just attack normally, so f6, I see.
Yep, and if he brings his queen at h3, he falls under the x-ray of the bishop. He had one game like this. How do you exploit that x-ray in the best possible way?
It's normal development, so push that pawn out. Well, but it blocks my bishop, right?
Well, can you push it out two squares?
Yeah.
Attacking his queen, attacking the pawn, and if he goes queen g3, do you take the pawn with a knight, or do you take it with the pawn?
Taking it with the knight's better here, right? Because I'm still pressuring the queen.
Definitely. You're attacking the queen, and you might even trap the queen here. You're attacking the queen. You have a huge lead in development, and you're up a pawn. So basically, he had one game like this. The key is to adhere to development and not play automatically, because he might play bishop c4, try to scholars mate you. g6 defends against it. And then he might drop his queen back, try to scholars mate you again. You just play knight f6, fianchetto the bishop. And do you remember one of the possible ways of dealing with this pin? What do you do when you get pinned like this?
Do I look for an attack on him, so pushing that knight to d4?
That would be fine, but I'm talking more generally. When he pins you and you want to get rid of the pin, just the bishop's pin, can you get the bishop out of there?
Yeah, pushing the pawn to h6.
Bishop h4, and potentially what can you do now?
I bring pawn up again to g5.
Right, so I want you to remember this technique. This technique allows you to just save your knight from a lot of pins. That's why it's a great idea, as soon as bishop g5 is played, to play h6 regardless, so that you're poised to play g5 when possible.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So basically, that's the lay of the land in terms of openings. You're a much better player than him. As long as you're relatively confident, rested, and play fast, I think you're totally fine for tomorrow.
Here's hoping, man. Yeah, hopefully.
And I would actually, you can go back to playing 10-minute games. I know how you feel right now. I mean, it's not a great feeling, especially after that loss to Mo. And you know what? Once you start playing 10-minute games, I think first you're going to get back to 900, and that's going to happen very quickly. And all of a sudden, you're going to look back and realize that you've built up much sounder fundamentals. You're able to make decisions much faster, and it doesn't take you forever to notice the things that you used to take forever noticing, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. That sounds about right. Here's hoping.
Any more encouraged. And another thing you might do is just take like a day after the game, maybe like a day's break where you just don't do any chess at all. Sometimes that actually works wonders.
I agree. I think that's probably a very good idea to consider. Yeah.
I know it's not the satisfying option, but I tell that to myself when things are not going well and I'm jaded. Just not looking at a chessboard for 24 hours can really, really help.
That sounds about right to me, man.
But look at how far you have come, and look at how not long ago you were just moving the pieces around.
Yeah. I don't do that anymore. I don't make those mistakes.
you're like mad that you didn't find some 3-move combination. So give yourself a little bit of credit.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it just needs to. I just feel like I need to get back in the saddle. 10-minute games is probably just what the doctor ordered, to be honest.
I agree. You've paid the piper with the 3-minute games. Now you can switch to 10-minute games. So I'm happy to do a couple of sessions throughout the week. Just keep watching you get better and reclaim your glory and more.
It sounds good to me, man.
I think I'll release you for the night. I've been streaming for a while myself, so I might just play some chess myself and head on to bed.
Okay, well, it sounds good, man. I always appreciate it, so thank you.
Of course, Charlie. Best of luck tomorrow. Just stay calm. You'll crush him. You're a much better player than Erob. Just don't blunder Scholar's Mate, and you'll be fine.
All right, yeah. Well, it'd almost be poetic if I did.
Yeah, no. Don't give certain people the satisfaction. You know what I'm talking.
He's a new father, though. Maybe he earned it.
He deserves some generosity. Don't you think like that, asshole?
Okay, yeah. Fuck it. Fuck him.
Exactly. All right, man. I'll release you for the night. I'll talk to you soon, and looking forward to more sessions this week and watching you hit 1,000, man.
Sounds good, man. I'll talk to you soon. Have a great night.
You too.
Yep. Thanks for the resub, Lyric. And yeah, isn't that what we just played for, GT? Okay, I'm going back to 10-minute games. Here comes the real Charlie. What the fuck was that? Okay. I've already forgotten. In this situation, do I just take? I think so. I don't quite remember. Into normal development. Well. Immediately coming at me with an opening I haven't seen in a long fucking time. Thanks for the resub, Cal. It's a good start. You dropped to 800. I actually dropped to 700. I did 3 days of 3-minute games and plummeted elo. Like, it was fucking tough, man. It was sad. It was some generally sad shit. What is it now? It's not here, right? To develop the... I don't think so. I think it's this first. I actually don't remember, to be honest. And then it's this to attack and protect, I think. Or maybe I just take. I'm not quite sure. I don't remember. Now I can't take. Now I have to defend. My bishop's hanging. Right? I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Everything's still protected. Seems fine to me. Yeah, maybe I should have taken pawn first. I focused too much on development there, I think. He had 2 pieces developed. I only had 1, so I brought out the bishop. But yeah, I should have just taken with the knight first, I see now. So he's looking to take here, I take here, and he takes here. The threat, bishop. He's got queen on it too, both attacking. Weakness, none. Normal development. My weak piece, only got 1 defender. Is there a way I can develop to protect it? I can develop queen, not optimal. I can bring knight out to attack the queen and give up the bishop. Normal development. Instead of pushing up my b pawn, I think the knight is the right play. So I'm doing it. Keep developing. He can't take this with the queen, or I take his queen. He can have the bishop, that's fine. If he takes with the bishop, I get his queen, that's also fine. Threat has been analyzed, and I believe I've come to the optimal conclusion. Did I say thank you, Cal, for the resub? Queen has retreated. Wow, I said that like a 9-year-old. The queen has retreated. The threat. Pressuring my knight. Drawbacks. Lack of development. Knights are still at bay. Potential solutions. Normal development. Looking to get in here on the king. Okay, he decided to make the trade. That's fine. That frees up the middle of the board even more. How has the board changed? Now there's only one defender on the knight. Moving rook here will pin that bishop. My pawns... He takes my pawn out of the middle, which is fine because he also doesn't have any pawns in the middle. Next. I have two ideas. I can bring bishop over here to pressure the queen, hoping that he's going to put the queen in the middle of the board, without thinking. It becomes a matter of, is that the optimal play? Threat. Can't do this, but he's looking at it. There's pressure. There's nothing here, there's nothing here. He can come here and look to attack my knight. Thanks to the resub drifter. I think I want to put my bishop here. I want to pressure that queen and hope he makes a mistake, bringing the queen towards the middle of the board somewhere so I can pin. That's my idea. Executing now. Almost ready to take down Carlsen. It's cute. He has just made the mistake that I was just talking about. Threat. This pawn still. This knight. Pressure. None of these are even threats. He can't take this. I can pin with my rook. He's now opened this entire line up. Bang. This knight is now glued to the king, or the queen is now glued to the king. In fact, I could have just taken right away with my knight. I just now saw that. But I want to execute the plan that I initially had in my head. What? I've made it flashier on purpose. You just don't understand. I'm using the lessons. He made it too easy for me, and I decided I'd rather use my lessons. Thanks for the resub, Drifter. I already forgot if I said that. In fact, the beauty of me doing it this way, since I was going to get this queen anyway, now I'll at least be able to keep my knight. So I take, he takes, I take back. Whereas before I'd take and he takes. My intellect knows no bounds. Thanks to the Prime Andrew and the resub Scott. Though, I mean, he could, like, push a pawn up or something, and that would make me soft. That would make me real soft, to be honest. He could just take your rook with his queen. That would be an extremely silly move to do, but he could do it. He absolutely could. It wouldn't be advisable, but he could. I have such a huge plan cooked up right now. Threat. My cock on his chin. He keeps the bishop here to take back. I take with the knight, he takes with the bishop, that frees this up, and I come in here for checkmate. All I need to do is push queen in. Right? Yeah, because he hasn't developed anything, so this is all blocked off. That would just be an outright mate. Knight protects h7? I'm not going h7. What are you talking about? What? Oh, you're talking to him. He can't do this. He's pinned. He literally can't do this. This is the second guy to do this in the same pin position tonight. The second in a row. Let me execute my plan. He's talking to Daniel right now. With the time he's wasting, he has you pinned in real life. That's a good way of looking at it, in fact. That's some high-octane tactical thinking right there. I could have already won the game if I just didn't fucking do the rook move and just took with the knight. He'd take with my bishop and I just push in and win immediately. So I do regret going this route, but at least I'm employing the lessons immediately. It's just not at the right time. How's your cock doing? It's doing alright. Same as always, really. Man, there is no manners. I missed the 900 elo. These guys suck here. This makes me fucking sad. He's ruining my IRL development here. Taking all this fucking time. Didn't play faster time. I did 3 days of 3-minute games. It was truly miserable. Maybe I learned something from it. I don't know, but it was fucking terrible. How much the animated music video costs to produce, if you don't mind me asking? I don't know if they want me sharing. But I will say the quality is incredible, and I look forward to working more with them in the future if they're open to it for other things, not just music videos. What would you do with the prize money if you won? If I had won the 10K, well, I mean, I'd still do it if I win 4K. I was gonna just put it into more stream shit, like stream tournaments. Just give it to the community. I'd go take a piss right now if I was a little more confident in the fact that this guy left. But I feel like I'd take a piss, fill up my water, and then forget about the game's time limit and just miss it. You can report this guy for abandonment. You can't do that. I don't care. Gives me more time to hang out with you guys, eh? Teacher gets to spend a little time with the students. Okay, I'm just gonna go take a piss, fill up my water. I'll be back in a minute. I've got to piss so fucking bad. Oh, baby. That's big. Thanks to the tier 1 Benai and the Prime King. Weird development. I'll play weird too. Thanks to the resub, Karen. This is very weird development. It's fucking frightening. That cuts off my standard development. Ah. Oh, I just blocked my fucking. That's what happens. That's what happens. If I take, he just takes with his knight. But, God. Can't believe I've done this. Alright. Let's throw him off. Make him think about other things. I already said that, but thanks, Karn. He's hot! This guy's a maniac. My bishop is in such a stupid fucking spot. Just normal. I just trapped my fucking bishop like an idiot. Please take my pawn. I need to move my knight ASAP. Just take my fucking pawn, man. I can just come over here and... Wait, is this... If I come here, is this checkmate? He can't block. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, is this checkmate? Is it? How does he block this? He has nothing to block. Oh, he just takes with the pawn, right? Fuck, yeah, he hasn't moved that. You're right. Damn! I didn't even consider the pawn. Immediately forgetting all the lessons. I just saw something. Well, that gives me an idea. How about this then? What if I find the quickest way to kill that pawn? That's what I'll do. Man, why you gotta be such a dick? What a piece of shit, bro. Maybe sack him. I'm gonna do it. I don't even know if this is gonna work, to be honest, but I'm trying. Man, what in the fuck is wrong with this guy? That's mate now. Right? I don't know, I'll see. Yeah. Let me do my plans! That's about the goofiest checkmate I've ever seen in my life. He didn't move a single piece other than pawns. I mean, he did move this knight and then immediately put it back. Not a single piece on either side of the board was taken. Oh man, what a goofball. What a goofball, Saravana. That was a pacifist run right there. That was beautiful. Beautiful. Man, that is lovely. I almost don't even want to play another one after that tonight. I kind of just want to switch to Yu-Gi-Oh or something now. What a fucking game. I've never seen that before. Oh my god. I wonder if... How often has this happened, I wonder? Like, statistically speaking, I know it's happened before. It had to have, but I imagine the likelihood of a no pieces taken checkmate has to be extraordinarily low. Thanks for the resub, Dodo. It's the 2-move checkmate? Wait, when someone checkmates themselves in 2-move? Because this guy killed himself. 100%. This guy absolutely fucking killed himself. There is a 2-move indeed. Yeah, does the 2-move checkmate involve any pieces getting taken though? Because if it does, it's not the same as this. This is genuinely pacifism. No pieces taken. Thanks for the bits, Meridian. It doesn't? Oh, I haven't seen it then. That's interesting. I don't know, boys. I'm kind of feeling calling it on chess for tonight and going to something else. This just felt wonderful. I feel like I was part of something very rare. I mean, I'm gonna be playing chess all day tomorrow anyway. Like, I'm not just signing on for the game. Like, I'll be playing and streaming chess for the majority of the morning. So maybe this will probably be a good stopping point. Yeah. Well, we'll go to Yu-Gi-Oh. I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh in a little bit on stream. That is. I'm kind of feeling it. I've got a climb in there as well. A more high octane strategy. Play you in Yu-Gi-Oh? No, I gotta climb. Thanks to the resub, Mao-sama. Thanks to the Prime, Charlie. See, the KC Grand Tournament has started. I'm in the second stage, by the way. I D-level maxed. That means I move on. No, I have so many fucking decks, bro. It's unreal. I've been climbing with Shiranui. You challenge me to a duel? Well, meet me in the ladder. What do you mean what ends in 2 hours? What's ending in 2 hours? The KC Grands? That can't be right. How much money have you spent on this game? Well, you know. I'm not saying I own 3 of every card in the game, but I'm just saying I'm not far off either. I'm not proud of it. But I mean, god damn it, there was a sale. For the love of God. Do you not know how sales work? I never spend money on anything. Let me have this. Who are you, my mom? Monitoring my purchases? Our Gladiator Beast used it all. The beautiful thing about Duel Links in particular, every deck can be viable. Just some are more consistently good than others. But pretty much everything can be viable. Thanks for the tier 1 Danger Doggo. Is it more or less than 500? Is that our baseline? You'd be very disappointed. If that's the high ball we're starting with, you will be beside yourself. Thanks for the Prime, Omni Clay. Ah, my man! I like it, I like it. We're both running the Shiranui. Fuck with that. That's interesting. That's what I think of it too, Fatal. I think of it as an investment. I'm investing in my dueling potential. And I'm fucking good at this. I climbed to D level max like a motherfucker. Ah. Damn, I fucked up actually. I won't be able to use the effect. That was a mistake. I'll make it work. I'll climb my way back. What the fuck? Thanks for the tier 1, Monado. Why couldn't I activate that? That card doesn't negate my effect. Auto sucks, bro. Putting your shit to auto is terrible. That happens so often. Man, what the fuck? Night Beam stops you from chaining? Since when? I've used Night Beam. Really? You can't chain it? Even still, it shouldn't matter. I wanted to use it the second the turn started. But I didn't get the opportunity. This is a pretty bold idea I'm cooking up here, but I think it'll work. I just need a couple more cards in my graveyard. I'm not in a great position by any means. But I do have an idea. What do I have in here again? I need a ghost girl. That's what I need. Ah, you sick man! God, I would be in such a good spot if I could have used my fucking ballista. I'm tight. Have I seen the Killer Bean 5? Oh, you know I have. Have I used Neo's fusion deck? I have a really cool zero attack deck I'll show you next. It's a deck that uses Lunalight to constantly bring shit to... You'll see. I'll show you. But this is by far my best deck. I have like an 80% win rate with it. Is this the 20%? It's not looking good. Does he have a Spirit Master in his grave? I didn't check. He probably does, right? That was a weird decision. He could have Spirit Mastered me. Then he could have pretty much won on this turn. Oh, he did still win on this turn. Didn't see he had a Samurai. Okay. Nice. Yeah, Steve's Ganon is filthy. Hold on, let me do the other one. Let me show you this cool deck. This one's really cool. When it works. My problem with this deck is it bricks like at least half the time. But when it doesn't brick, it's pretty fucking cool. That's so many. Not all of those are decks. Those are just characters. Every character comes with like a preset deck of garbage. See, now this is a good starting hand. Oh, whoops, I can only use one per turn, right? I haven't used this deck in a while, but it's pretty fucking cool when it works. This was a bold play going all in with my Power of the Guardian right away. But how the deck works if I don't get fucked on this turn. I'm getting fucked on this turn. Damn you, Shiranuis. But luckily I'm playing a good deck for this. My deck's very good against Shiranui. He went into Shogun Saga. Wow. That's interesting. Most people, myself included, go right into Sun Saga. This guy's got some plays, bro. Wow, in a full back row? But this is how it works. Now he has 0 attack. It's a fucking beautiful deck. I love this shit. Oh, that feels so good every time. And now this has 1 stack on it, which is great. Oh, this deck is fantastic. And a Neos Fusion. No. Bacon Saver. Oh, look, it's looking nice right now, boys. That doesn't work, you fool! I'm gonna go all in, yeah, let me just drop the full cock on him. I don't need to do this, but... Why? It's fine. Thanks to the resub, PBA. That looks about right. It's a fun deck, but like I said, this shit bricks all the time. Any deck that brings an attack to 0, I think is so fucking good in the meta. Thanks to the resub, Bishy. What the fuck just happened? That's Yu-Gi-Oh! In a nutshell, man. That was me for like the first week of getting into this game. It's fucking beautiful, though. There's just so much versatility. Like I said, every deck can be viable. Like, this deck has no real theme. Like, none of these cards are like part of a set with each other, except for these. And they all just work so well together. It's fun. Like, there's just so much creativity you can have with these, like, OP one-turn kill decks. Credit cards win Yu-Gi-Oh? Not wrong. That is my most powerful card. Why not Magic the Gathering? I don't know, I just really like Yu-Gi-Oh! Not that I ever really gave Magic the Gathering like a fair try, but this has just been such a fucking fun game. Give us a ballpark on what you've spent. I won't be doing that. There's no need to go there. Very little amount. It's an investment, damn it. Do you not invest money, huh? Ooh, Necro Valley, eh? That ruins my Bacon Saver, which, of course, I just drew into. What are you investing in, though? My Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling, bro. What do you mean? I'm gonna take home the big bucks in Yu-Gi-Oh! What don't you understand? Can you summon a fucking monster, please? This is not good for me. I really need that Necro Valley out of here. That's gonna ruin my Bacon Saver plays. Don't want to play this right now. Maybe I just played Lunalight. I need both Lunalights, though. No, she's already in my hand. I can't use her. Right. I don't play this deck enough to be familiar enough with it. I can't use it. So I have to play it. Thanks, Crossbow. No reason. Cards in this game just have so much text. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it fucking beautiful, right? It's like a reading comprehension test just trying to figure out what the cards do. No! I'm still in good shape, though. If I can draw a Neos Fusion, that would be so fucking great right now. Rough. Still in good shape. Still in good shape. I still have my Cyberdark butt plug thing or whatever the fuck it is in here. And that's the most important card in the deck. I don't understand what this deck is doing, to be honest, but it's all over the place. I imagine like a 5,000 attack monster is coming out or something. Necro Valley? Isn't that only from going to banishing? Ah, you're right. It's not just banishing. I forgot. That does fuck me. That certainly does fuck me. I also have a cool Necro Valley deck. I probably lose here. Drawing 3 Cyberdark edges in my opening hand wasn't optimal. Yeah, this is a GG. Can't use his effect because of Necro Valley. That's rough, man. Switcheroo is greater than Destiny Draw? Is it? I don't know the Switcheroo. What's that one? Here, let me show you my Necro Valley deck. I actually haven't really used this one very much. I've only used it like twice. But it seems like it could be a fun deck. Have I looked at a Melodious deck? No, I don't know what that is. 3 Necro Valley. Yeah, I mean, I got it through gyms. Thanks for the reset, Big Whoppin'. He's running a Crystron deck. I already know. I've only used this deck twice, but I saw it in a YouTube video and it looked cool. My deck is a great counter to it. Never mind, he's not running Crystrons. He's running Dark Magician instead. I didn't forget to change the game, what are you talking about? We're in Duel Links category. You probably just haven't refreshed the page. I think Dark Magicians has to be my least favorite deck to play against. It's just the same thing every time. There's nothing interesting about it. Like, if it was at least cool, I wouldn't mind. Thanks to the Prime one-shot KIA. Does this immediately let me fusion summon? I'll find out. I wonder what he's gonna choose to banish. Damn. That was the right call. That's game. See, like, what do you do about that? Like, what the fuck do you do about that? If you don't go first against Dark Magicians, I just don't know how the fuck you beat it. It's so easy to just get that set up every time. Cosmic Cyclone? Yeah, but I didn't draw a Cosmic Cyclone. And that actually wouldn't stop it, by the way. His shit still goes last. Or first. Oh yeah, here, I forgot to change that. But yeah, I fucking hate Dark Magicians, man. Shit's terrible. What do I want? What does this thing do again? See, I'm just not familiar enough with the deck. I've only used it a couple times. I think I just want another one of these. Thanks for the fat tier 2, Skinny Jim. Welcome aboard. And thanks for the resub, Shane. What's your skill? It's a throwaway skill. I need Spell Specialist. I actually have no idea what my skill is on this guy. I'm just waiting for Spell Specialist. See, this is a cool deck, though, when it starts going. Well, there goes the one-turn kill. He'll never expect this play. See? Outsmarted yet again! So is he permanently in face down defense? Because if he is, I'll grab something else. He's not? Okay, then I don't need to panic. What does this guy do again? Okay. Let's grab another one of these then. Thanks for the resub, Cheffy. There it is, baby. I'll summon another one. Well, that's probably just not worth. Let's just get another guy out here, I guess. I'll just bank on this working well for me. Could have used one of these guys for even more attack, but I'd rather just overwhelm the field. Oh, you've been streaming for? A little over 3 hours right now. This is versus a human. I'm in the KC Cup tournament. Does this not kill the monsters? I thought he only took no battle damage with that. I didn't know it also protected the monsters. That's interesting. So what is Throne good for? I've only used it like twice. It's a searcher, so that's about it. You fool! Gradius decks are lit? I don't even know what a Gradius deck is. What deck is this guy fucking running? It's just a huge stall. I like it. I'm out of fusion monsters though. Thanks for the gift sub, Zach. God damn it. I have no idea what deck he's running, but I imagine Necro Valley fucked it really hard, which is why nothing is happening on his side. Yeah. Maybe some kind of Invoker deck, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure Necro Valley fucking ruined it. What a card, man. Necro Valley is just nuts. Ew, Gravekeepers. I think it's a cool deck. At least it's different. Not just fucking Dark Magicians. Thanks for the gift sub, Zach. Skull Servants are cool? I guess. Yeah, I thought about Magic the Gathering. I don't know. I just like Yu-Gi-Oh! Though. I don't think I'd like Magic as much as I like Yu-Gi-Oh! Never seen that card. Wow, this guy's playing safe. Interesting. How do I do this? I don't really need another Gravekeeper monster, right? So I think I just want to do another normal summon, yeah. Is that the right way? Dude. But I don't... If I could get Necro Valley, this would be good, but I can't. I mean, I can grab this. But it's worthless without Necro Valley right now. I'll grab it, but it seems worthless to me. I already know what kind of deck he's looking at. I'm pretty sure it's like Cyber Dragons or something, maybe? Or not, Lunalights. I thought this was just a one-time card here. So this card gets to attack a couple times, right? Damn it! Give me Necro Valley! I can't fusion summon like this. We'll go Quintet. Or not. I thought this would give me Quintet. Well, I forgot I banished them, to be honest. Just completely outright forgot. Is what it is. What? What the fuck does this card do? Oh, 600 defense. 500 attack. I looked at my fucking card's fucking defense and thought it was his attack. No, that makes sense then. That makes sense. That does make sense. I'm pretty sure I lose on this turn. He's gonna set this attack to 0. Or this, I guess. It doesn't matter. Still game. Thanks to the Prime. Aura Moria. He's lucky I couldn't get my Necro Valley. Thanks for the resub, Tygon and Jord. And I'm sorry, I just saw that, Arcbang. Thank you. I'm glad you liked the song. Can I show you how to play Shiranui? It's actually a really simple deck for the most part, with a lot of potential for outplays. But getting the basics isn't too hard. I don't know how I'd show you though, other than just play it on stream, I guess. But I kind of want to grind this character, Arcana, or whatever the fuck his name is, because I need Spell Specialist. Oh no, Merrick stall time? Yeah. I haven't played against a high-level stall deck. This will be interesting. I'm going all in. I believe. Actually, tier 1 J-Mart. What does that do? Oh, it's just a negate. Okay. Oh, I forgot to use my fucking effect. Whoops. You didn't need to set demise. It's just to give him a back row to think about. That's it. That's all. Nothing more. This is a weird deck. I don't like it. I'm going for it. Oh, if I summon this, he's just gonna Lava Golem me, right? He's probably already drawn it. I'm not gonna bother. No point in risking it. Man, what an asshole. What in the fuck? Are we gonna watch Yu-Gi-Oh on stream? I want to watch all of Yu-Gi-Oh, like Yu-Gi-Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh GX, 5Ds. I want to watch it all. It's all on Amazon, so I feel like we could do a watch party since that's a thing Twitch does. But I need to check. I think that'd be fun as fuck. That show is insane. So I'm just gonna go for it. I know he has Lava Golem, but I'm still going for it. I'm just gonna bank on the slim possibility that he doesn't, because I'm pretty sure I'd lose on the next turn if I didn't. We'll see. If nothing else, it'll be a learning. Well, let's do this. Give him more attack. No Lava Golem. I'll play it safe. Fuck it. Why am I not attacking? Hey, thank you. Man, what the fuck? What a stupid fucking deck. This is some goofy fucking garbage. Damn, I should have just went for 3 monsters. I would have won by now. It is what it is, man. Let's do it! Oh wait, do I not use monsters in my graveyard? I do, okay. I just needed to set it first. I thought I used monsters in my graveyard with that card. Evidently not. Didn't know that. Another Rainbow Life. Ah, Kiteroid. What a cool deck. It's 4 days and 16 hours to binge the whole series. That's a lot less than I thought it would be. No, the game is absolutely over. What a crazy stall. Let's go for it, baby! I'm coming in hot! There's the Prime Trivial. Is there any stupider fucking deck in all of Yu-Gi-Oh? Oh, another Kiteroid! Holy shit. Oh, that was pretty extreme. First time I've seen a stall deck like that. Typically that shit is just worthless. And to be fair, if I didn't concern myself with the Lava Golem, I would have been fine. But I didn't draw Miracleized Fusion till like the end, so I wouldn't have had any way of getting rid of Lava Golem. And I probably would have lost sooner. Does it matter who I bring in here? Not a great play, but it's something. I need a way to get my Necro Valley more consistently. I have Demise of the Lands or whatever it's called, but even that's not great at getting it because I only have one. Maybe I should put another in. That fusion card sucks ass once that Necro Valley is up. Well, yeah. The reason I have it is for when I don't draw it, like, now. God damn it. What the fuck is this card? These are some weird... I didn't see any of these in my D-level max climb. Holy shit. I'm pretty sure I'm fucked. I might just need to stick with Shiranui's. I don't think my Gravekeeper meta breaker is gonna get me where I need to be. Are you fucking kidding me? Come on, baby. I think this is where this one ends. Yeah, I didn't get Necro Valley though. What in the fuck does this do? That's, tough. It's not GG yet. There's still hope. Man, imagine if I had Necro Valley up, though. Damn. Yeah, I gotta be honest. The Gravekeeper deck isn't working right now at this level. That's a 3-game loss streak with Gravekeepers. I might need to just go back to Shiranui's. I have Kristrons as well, but I like Shiranui more. But I really need to get Spell Specialist. Maybe I just keep grinding it out on him. I'm gonna do that. I need Skill Specialist. It's not that big of a deal. Here, I'll grab my Dark Magician deck. I don't have anything good on him either except for balance. This should be fine. Skillless Dark Magicians. Trade for Spell Specialist? I don't have any skill tickets. And I don't have enough for a skill... What the fuck is this? I've genuinely never seen that before. Don't look at the time!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel.
Alright. So you're telling me I can trade well, let me see. Let's see. Skill tickets come from the X trader, right? Thanks to the tier 1 craw. Yeah, I can't buy another one. I wonder how my skillless Dark Magicians is going to go. Yami Yugi gets it pretty early. Spell Specialist? I thought that was Arcana only. I did mention it on stream though, Zebo. I mentioned the competition way before the video. One of these decks, eh? Thanks for the resub, Alyssa. The only good thing about the Dark Magician deck, well, I mean, it's a great deck, but it's the simplest thing in the world. There's only one way of playing it, without a whole lot of thought behind it, and if you don't get a good hand, you just have nothing to do. It's over. There we go. Yeah. I've only used this a handful of times, but there's genuinely nothing easier. Do I want illusion magic? Oh, wait. Sorry, that's the wrong card. Let's do it this way. Thanks to the Prime Zero. Thanks to the Fat 10 gift subs, Craw. Appreciate it, man. I'll do it now, I guess. Maybe this was the bad decision. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't use the deck enough. Do you think top right now would be better for cam so we can read card descriptions? I'm not blocking card descriptions, they're underneath my cam actually. You just don't see like 2 words from it. I don't know what that does. Oh, I see. I do see. Yep. Yep, I see. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. It's not gonna do anything. He just threw in a Lunalight. I just lost. God damn it! You ran Neos with Lunalights? They all do! Cowards! Fuck! Alright, let's just save some time. God damn it. Not even the most linear deck ever made? Come on now. I understand losing with like a meta breaker, but this is fucking Dark Magicians. This shit's like the most vanilla thing ever. I actually don't think I lost a single fucking game when I played this in the ladder to D level max. That's a whole new ball game in stage 2. Wow, this is a shit hand. Holy shit. Yeah, I think this one's just over immediately. Wow. Thanks to the Prime Eranigans. Hey, he bricked too. My man. Well, this is rough now that I set both of those down. Thanks to the Prime Ginge. It's a real fucking shame. I'm coming in hot. What does that do? What are these cards? I've never seen these. This is a very different ball game up here. I don't know what that did. Thanks to the resub pickle. I don't know how that card worked. But my backline vanished. I feel that much. Thanks to the resub, we're on a horse. So, how does this work again? I can do this. And then, what is his effect? Okay, so I have to activate this during his turn for it to count as a special summon, right? I think, I don't know, I'm not familiar enough with the card. I think that's right. I could be wrong. What the fuck is happening? Don't destroy cards? Why? I don't know what the fuck the deck does. Fine, I just won't destroy cards. I know this card. I know Yubel. He got Yubel, you're fucked. No, I'm not. Can't I just do this? Summon a Dark Magician and banish it, right? I don't know. I'll figure it out. I don't use this deck enough, but this should let me summon. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Now, doesn't that completely shut it down, or no? I thought it only going to the graveyard was what activated that effect. What? How does this card work? I don't get it. It's too much reading. Thanks for the resub, Johnny. Make it miss timing? Fucking, I don't know how to do that. I don't even know what that means for this card. Now, I know if it attacks my monsters, I take the damage. I remember that. I don't know what this card does. I wish I was just playing Shiranui. I think I'm just gonna play Shiranui the rest of the night. The last two decks here have not been panning out for me. I don't know what that does, I'm just gonna use this. Damn, appreciate the fat 10 gift subs again, Craw. Appreciate it, man. Exit Prime Ebix. I don't know what the fuck is happening with this deck. There it is. What is this, a good card? I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm just gonna keep playing normally, I guess. I'll just grab another one of these bad boys just in case. This card can't be destroyed by battle. I take damage when I attack it. I remember that. Let it ride. No, that was close. I fucking turned off my, my shit. Banish it again! Nah, it's fine. Keep him there. Yeah, nah, it's fine. It's fine. What? I didn't remember that effect. I'm just gonna run out of cards. Maybe they run out of cards first. I only wanted one. Thanks to the resub Luker and the Prime Dab. What a fucking stupid deck. How does it win? I'm just gonna lose because I'm out of cards. Oh, that's the end of that. That's great to hear, Monkey Nuts. Nice, man. Yubel is cucked by banishing. That's what I thought, until I banished his fucking card, and it didn't change anything. He still got to level it up. That was the impression I was under, too. But it didn't change anything. He still summoned all of his shit as normal. I'm just going to Shiranui. I need wins. I can't just keep letting this happen. I don't have a lot of decks. I have 4 completed decks. So are stalling decks like the new meta? Because this shit has been rampant. When I go first, I always go for a Sun Saga. Just for the sake of safety, because I never know what deck I'm going up against. Tilapia or salmon? Probably salmon. Man. Thanks to the Prime Remac. Now, do I want to immediately break this combo? I don't know what it does, but if I floodgate this, does it immediately stop it? I don't think I played a Dragoonity deck. So by floodgating this, do I trap it? Or stop it? I know it's a deck that goes for a lot of equips. I remember that. I might try Runeterra at some point. I probably will, to be honest. Now, does he have an effect when I kill it? Or... nah, probably not. I didn't see what its defense was, but I think it was low, right? Man, I could have banished to make it safer, but I think it was 600. No! Why would he... I don't know why he'd Sphere Karibo that guy first. He should have just Sphere Karibo'd my main attacker, I think. I don't know if it would have saved them. See, nice and easy. Shiranui is just so good. I stream every new game. Of course I'll stream Ghost of Tsushima. I got to 40k with Shiranui and Heroes. I actually don't know what that means. What do you mean you got to 40k? Got a decision to make. Nah, no, I really don't. I have an easy play here. I think we just stick with the Sun Saga. Hold off on this for now. I accidentally... well, it's not the one I meant to put out here, but it is what it is. I think for now I'm just going to hold on to the Ghost Girl. I don't need it right away, so I'll just set it. Save it for their turn, and then I can throw away my Spirit Master in case there's anything scary. Is this pay to win? Well, one could argue that paying for you know, boxes and stuff gives one an advantage. I wouldn't know. I don't know what this card does. Thanks to the resub Crow Tree. So, I'm just gonna immediately go for this. Only because I'm not familiar with this deck. The only time I saw it is when I completely fucked it. I don't know what's happening. I hope I get the timing on this right. Yep, mine's first. Outplayed! Sorry, baby boy. Brain's too big. Oh, that's big. Another Spirit Master. That's big. I fucking knew it was gonna be a Sphere Karibo. I still win on this turn. Don't, oh my god, he's got another Sphere Karibo. Or a Kiteroid. Jesus! Christ! Man drew into two fucking Sphere Karibos. Well, it is what it is. Damn, I even played it safe too, bro. It's tough. That is tough. Is that weird somehow? On his opening hand, he drew into two Sphere Karibos. Yeah, it's fucking weird. This stops the effect from going off, right? My shit chains first. Yeah. Thanks to the resub, Cujo. Looks about right. Looks about right. See, Shiranu is just so consistent, man. But I don't like just using one deck and one deck only. I like to mix it up. I eventually want to have one deck for every character. Multiple decks for characters too, but I think having one deck per character in the game would be cool. Do Vindrids? I will do Vindrids. I really want to do Air Mages, but maybe someone in chat is more knowledgeable on the game than I am. How in the fuck does the card trader work? Because in the 2 weeks I've been playing, I haven't seen like the majority of the cards he's supposed to have, like Cyberstein, Aramage, Jasmine, anything like that. Like it can't be random. Like it's always the same ultra rares and mostly the same super rares. And I don't even see Cyberstein or Aramage, Jasmine, or anything on like the featured cards list. Like on his list of cards, I don't see any of that there. So how does it work? It's random, but there's a page that has regular inventory that's always there. Are you serious? What? I had no fucking idea. I didn't have a fucking clue. What? Oh, shit. Okay. Well, fuck. It is what it is, I guess. So what does this card do? I've never gone up against the Silent Magician deck, so I'm just gonna play it like I play all the other matchups. I kind of want to start with a Squire though, to destroy his backline, but that kind of hinders me going forward. I don't know if that's worth. I think I will. So it comes out at 3,500 when it dies. That's fine. That's same as my Sun Saga. I'm fine with that. And my Sun Saga is indestructible. Because I'll have Shiranui in the graveyard. Let it ride. Unaffected by opponent's spell cards. That's fine, I have literally no spell cards that attack anything. Cool. So let's just win right here. I think I win right here. Okay, then I can toss Spirit. Well, I have two ways of doing this. I can throw Spirit Master in. I think I will do that. Just put a Spirit Master in there. And then I just summon him, Ballista Squad. Actually, tier 1 Shadow. And the resub Pope. Damn, he bought himself another turn. I should have summoned Dark Lord Hades, Hades, whatever the fuck it is. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I had a feeling. Oh, I could have used my fucking chain on it, right? Shit, that was too slow. I turned off the fucking toggle. I couldn't, that wouldn't have stopped it. I thought I could chain that. Is this one of the pre-made decks you can get at the store? No, this is handcrafted. In fact, this is actually an original spin on the Shiranui from me. I've used the Shiranui a lot. I used like one of the like top decks originally. And I wasn't really liking it, so I changed a few things about it for this. So this is an original build of it. What's original about it? Only a couple things. It's fundamentally still just the same, except for a few changes. I added an extra Soul Tear. I don't have as many chains. I don't have Needle Sealing because I didn't like Needle Sealing in it. So I used 2 Ballista. Here, I'll just show you. So I didn't like the other support spell. I only like Ghost Meets Girl, so I used 2 of those. Ballista Squad works so well with the deck, I definitely use that. This is a combo killer, and then this is always beautiful just to start as well. And I used 2 Samurais because I like the synergy with the Spirit Master, and I used 3 at the end. I've got a whole system with it. Do you keep up with the meta? I do. I've been really into it. Yu-Gi-Oh's been fun as fuck, man. I have really been enjoying it. I fucking opened up a P.O. box because someone from chat last time I streamed Yu-Gi-Oh! Was like a vendor, and he offered to send me like a real-life deck, and I was like, fuck, I need that. So I opened up a fucking P.O. box just for Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. I feel like a goddamn child again. No, I don't play the real Yu-Gi-Oh game. I just like the Duel Links format a lot. I think Speed Duel format here is great. There's nothing wrong with 5 either. Like, I've watched it and it's not bad or anything, but I just prefer this. So going Sun Saga here is not the play. Because Sun Saga, he's only immune to things that destroy him. Dark Circle banishes, so it's worthless. Going second here, I don't really see what I do to squeak out of this. I'm just gonna get banished regardless.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Let's ride.
Well, the decision was made for me, I suppose. That's fine. Does that count as a win? Or did that snap my win streak? Hey, I get a free dodge. That's fine. I fucking hate the Dark Magician deck. I'm gonna make a deck that's just specifically countering to that, because that's almost all I see. That has to be the most common deck in this game. That was very sweet. Thank you, Fox, and thank you for the sub earlier. I don't remember if I said this, but thank you for the tier 1 as well, Shadow. I'm gonna take a quick piss, fill up my water, and I'll be right back. Oh. The KC Cup first phase is ending? What do you mean by first phase? Like the D level max phase? Because I hit that and I got to second stage. Or like the whole thing's done. Because I'm gonna be tight if it's the whole thing. I didn't know that. I thought it was the entire month of June. The whole thing is done. Fucking great. Great. Well, that's a real fucking shame. Can I log back in? I'll just make decks or something. No. Come on, man. Why won't the bouncer let me in? Fuck. Fuck! I'm lost without Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, that's a fucking shame. What do you guys want to do now? Yu-Gi-Oh! Series watching? I want to do that. I still need to talk to Twitch about it, though. No, I'm not doing YouTube. It's already late. Oh, super sweet. Thanks, Simbor. League. Oh, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Alright. What are we doing, team? I'll hang out for a minute. Well, I miss Yu-Gi-Oh! Between Yu-Gi-Oh! And chess, I feel like I'm becoming the smartest man alive when it comes to strategy. Did anyone win the contest yet? Yeah. I announced it on the final stage of the hunt. So people that figured everything out will know that who the first 5 people are. I was pretty impressed with the speed. I actually thought it would take people longer. But we had 5 people in like 11 hours. It's already over. I mean, the first 5 that get the $1,000 is over. You can still find the Easter eggs for fun, though. Like, it's a cool little journey. It'll take you places. But yeah, for like the actual money prize, yeah, the 5 people already got it. Well, I haven't sent it yet. I don't have all their PayPals. Massive. Alright. Yeah, I clicked on my own VOD by accident going through Twitch. Build a deck on TCG Player. That's kind of cute, actually. I don't know if I will, though. Build a physical Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck? I don't think I can. All I have is like rare cards, not like actual usable cards. Just a bunch of like rare shit. Will I upload an answer sheet to the music video? Nah, I might. Like, maybe, not tomorrow, but maybe the day after or something. What do you mean, Simbor? What? I even said your name and everything. What are you talking about? I said thanks. Check the VOD once it's over. Definitely said something, man. I remember the name Simbor. What time is your game later? Apparently 4 p.m. Thanks, Slightly Stupid. Show us your rare stuff. We already did a Yu-Gi-Oh stream with all my physical shit. My actual impressive collection is the Magic cards. I collected every Masterpiece set except the first one because it was kind of boring, but the other two. Oh yeah. I do have, and I mean this sincerely, I do have the only full collection of the 1998 Yu-Gi-Oh series when it was still owned by Namco or Bandai, whatever the fuck it is. I have the full print that has the 3 like turbo rares, the Mirror Force, Swords of Revealing Light, and what's the third one? Dragon Chain or some shit. Thanks to the resub, Jacob. What do you mean must read aloud? I did. What the fuck do you mean? How else would I read it? There's only one way to read it, which is out loud. Thanks for the tier 1 Symbor. My man. Show it. What, the Yu-Gi-Oh shit? Is the sex closet TOS? I honestly don't know, man. I get so many mixed signals. So it's just not even worth the risk. Because there is some crazy shit in that closet. Why are women loud? I need Carson to release that video ASAP to fucking save my name. I didn't type that fucking tweet. Call me Carson did. Thanks to the Prime Beef. Yeah, maybe Last of Us 2 will be good, man. I don't know. The reviews seem to indicate that it's good, but it's hard to trust game reviewers. So you want me to read every word aloud? Why? Like a story time type? Well, it's not even story time. It's just reading your own message. I won't be bullied into reading it. But thank you, Symbor, for the generosity. Rematch XQC? Sure, man. Not tonight, but in general, sure. I really like XQC. Nah, it's already 1 AM. I'm not going to do YouTube. I think we'll just hang out here for a little bit. Maybe play something else. I don't know. Still deciding. I'd play music, but I don't know how Twitch feels about music at the moment. So we'll sit here in silence. What's your preferred opening on white? I just do standard development, man. Nothing too wild. Like the most textbook opening. I have counters to openings like the Scotch and the Karo Khan. Smash, I don't have my Switch. Tiana has it. Are you very bummed about Live PD? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed. I get it. I understand what they're doing. But it is really a shame. Live PD I thought was like an actual very good show. Not just like entertaining to like laugh, but actually showed some really important things, I think. One second, checking something. Yeah, they canceled Live PD. No, it's like ended permanently from what I've read. Play Persona 4 Golden, is that out? Is it on Steam? It's not on Steam. Oh, it's probably a PS4 exclusive, isn't it? Yeah, Persona's not on PC. It is on Steam? What the fuck? I just typed in Persona. Oh, here it is. Why didn't it come up? Oh, this just came out 2 days ago. Why didn't anyone tell me? I'm sure I played Persona 4 when it came out, but I just don't remember it. Thanks for the resub, Snack. Well, sleep well, Camino. Thanks, man. Because you don't read chat? That's some fucked up shit, bro. I'm always reading chat. Except during chess. This looks good. Yeah, I'll play Persona 4 Golden. Not tonight, but I'll play it this week. Well, when's Last of Us 2 come out? Maybe I'll play it after that. Because Persona's like a fucking 200-hour game. And especially when I fall in love with one of the waifus, that's an even bigger commitment. So maybe I'll just wait. But yeah, I'll play that. Comes out on Friday? Okay. Thanks for the resub, Parskit. Would you ever have Fergal on the podcast? I'd fucking love to have Fergal on the podcast. What about some classic music? I'm not taking any chances. With the way the DMCA is going right now, I wouldn't be surprised if Mozart himself came back from the grave just to strike streamers. Okay, I'm Googling something. Let's see. Have you 99'd fire making yet? Bro, I did that on stream. That was a big commitment. That was like 60 hours of lighting logs. Mostly on stream too. You guys got to see the journey. Play your own music. Oh, that sounds like some narcissistic shit.
Having difficulty.
Shin Megami Tensei 3. Those are visual novels, aren't they? I'm not a huge visual novel guy. I like anime and shit, but I don't like visual novels. League? Nah. The Skynet scavenger hunt was too easy. Apparently, man. Apparently. Pretty I guess with the amount of ARGs the internet's experienced over the last decade, people just kind of know what to look for. Play Yakuza 0? I was waiting for the new one. Yakuza 7, right? Yeah, Yakuza 7's the new one. That's the one I want to play. I've played Song of Life and I really liked it. Do I like how the PS5 looks? Yeah, I think it looks cool. Thanks for the Prime Waffle. Monkey Nuts? Not tonight. Nah. Thanks for the resub, Geek. I don't have a VR setup. I mean, I have VR in there, but I'm not setting it up. It's a lot. More Atlantis Royale. What a classic, huh? Will you be my big milky mommy? That's adorable. I'll have to politely decline for tonight, though, but that's pretty sweet. Tekken tournament or Smash Bros. It's 1 a.m. If we did a Tekken or Smash Bros. Tournament, we'd be up till fucking 6. I'm not doing that. And I've not seen Promised Neverland, but I've heard good things. Oh, I actually think I'm gonna call it a night. Took down Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm gonna call it an early night. I'll be up streaming early tomorrow for the chess tournament match, which starts at 4, but I'll probably be streaming way before that. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. The sub means a lot to me, so thank you for subbing. Enjoy those emotes, and yeah, sleep well everyone. Thanks again. See ya.